C'est bon?
Hello everyone, ladies and gentlemen. We are the first round table to inaugurate this French pavilion. Thank you for having us here for this beginning of the COP on this first event in the French pavilion that is dedicated to the exploitation of early warning systems based on observations of the ground by satellites. I have the luck to have with me experts of the use of satellite data for early warning. So this is why we decided to discuss this subject this morning, because we know that the data of the observation of the Earth have developed greatly in the last years. We have with us the president of the SMBF. We are very happy to have the Copernicus data connected the climatic change and the observation of the atmosphere. So these data allow us to obtain a series of information concerning the system, the physical, chemical and biological of the Earth. The scientific community has organized a number of climatic variables, essentials they are called. Most of them are documented from space. The role of the observation, of the satellite observations, and the exploitation of the data to work on climate issues has become very important. It's a revolution in the approach of management of risks and disasters in the world with early warning systems, and this is what we are going to talk to you about today. This technology allows us to create new generations of early surveillance systems and alert systems, early alert, which allow to prevent and to organize help in situ, and to make sure that the countries will respect the engagement they take on the international. This helps to save lives and to follow the international engagement taken by the different states. With me today, 6 persons that will help us to talk about this subject. I will start this morning with Frédéric Bottard, who is project manager in the CNES, CNES Paris, who will talk us about different projects of the Observatory of the Climate, and he will present us certain projects connected with the prevention of the natural disasters. We have the pleasure to have Mr. Alex Romagnac from Project Service. He will tell us about the activities of this Project Service and the influence on the prevention of disasters. Gadelapi, very interesting on IT. And then we have Mathilde Borlaurence, who's the chief of the project, of the climate service, and in the French Development Agency, who is going to explain us how the use of satellite data is deployed and exploited. And then in the second part, we'll get to the subject of the prevention and of the modelization of the methane emissions with 3 speakers. Antoine Alpha, who's president of Keros. He's the co-founder of Keros, forgive me. Chief analyst in Keros. sorry, I don't know why I said you were the president. We will hear also Stephen Hamburg, who is the in the UN, and we'll end up with Mrs. Sarah Ann Smith, Manuel Smith, who's the chief in the global hub. So we focus on the methane subjects. So I would propose you to start with Frédéric Botard, who's going to tell us a few words on the. Thank you very much. I will tell you about about 3 projects, very well connected, interconnected. SCOLE, this Space for Climate Observatory, is an initiative that has been launched at the end of 2017 during the One Planet Summit, the first One Planet Summit. That officially has started in 2019. It was an idea of CNES, but it's an international initiative. And very quickly, the different agencies have joined us. Today, we have 45 signatories of an international charter, and several agencies will join the SCOLE with 3 UN organizations. 3 axes important for this SCOLE is to create the operational tools to make sure that observing will be useful for the climate change, and also to promote the international the cooperation around this application, and all sort of institutions, private but also public and others. And all this is helped by the force of a diplomatic network, and we act in what we call the diplomatic climatic diplomacy. Now, projects. It functions as emphasizing different problems, and we're asking consortium of actors who are going to be the users, researchers, who are obviously very important in the creation of algorithms and all this expertise of detection from space, but also with this ecosystem of companies, private companies, that will who create algorithms. That operates but there are also operators. So we're going to create this partnership, and we ask them to find us solutions together with the users. The SCO is an accelerator. It has to be quick. If we propose an idea, we need a results or a product that will be easy to be sent to internet, and there will be a certain actor that will work on the solutions. So spatial agencies is about valorizing the observation of the so, and very much in the coming years we want to emphasize these systems of algorithms in order to digest all this information, and to create indicators that will be very precise, that will allow the local decision makers to better anticipate the future. Next slide, please. Thank you. So here's our portfolio of projects, 71 projects, all subjects, adaptation of territories to the climate change. We go through tenders, lots of things for biodiversity, agriculture, habitats, but also the modelization of the evolution of the biodiversity depending on the climatic conditions. Lots of work on, lots of projects on coastal zones, evolution of the occupation of the soils. Also, of course, early warning systems, but we'll be talking about it. Urban zones, also in the warm zones, the impact on health and epidemiology. Everything that's connected with water. So there are processes everywhere on the planet. Lots of them are in France because we started 4 years ago this this call for projects. So what we want today, what we want to do today is to create more projects implying actors from Asia and South America. The SCO, SCO, is 4 years old. We started to 2020 more or less. So today we've delivered a certain number of tools. We gave them that were coming from institutes, research institutes, from some actors. All that can be seen on our internet site with the toolbox, SEO toolbox. I just took a few examples. We'll be able to go directly on the platform to observe the application. You see deforestation, humidity of the soils, for example in Brittany region, etc. But also we'll be able to get in touch of the service provider if needed. Here I've chosen 3 projects. Water is the common denominator. I think we'll get back to this. A project that takes place in Madagascar. It's called Simopole. It's about the impact of the cyclones on the island. Madagascar is a zone of cyclones, well organized, more or less well organized, I'd say. This project is made in partnership with an institute from Madagascar, but also with the Office of the Risk and the Institute of the Research for the Development, with French teams that work in La Réunion to develop this platform. The project is not finished yet, but the objective is to aggregate data. See, this is an example of the Freddy cyclone, study of the rains and important events, and we'll be able to deliver to the Office of Risk data that will allow them to anticipate upcoming disasters. They will have all this information that today are not at the disposal of the system. Another project, this one in Guyane. This is a project that functions completely independently, based on data. But also on models of predicting of the flows by spatial altimetry, using analyzing 2 rivers. You can see it on the slide. All this interface has been built together with this company called Hydromateurs, but also state services like Office National des Eaux. This is important for Guyane because the conditions of surveillance of the hydrology there are not easy. It's not easy to get there. It's very difficult to maintain the stations down there, and all that has to be in real time, and all that together with systems about flows, about floods. This project is using also meteorological data from the JAXA. This last project in Bangladesh, this project created by Lagos French laboratory in partnership with the service of planning of the waters. What do we extract from that? We need data from the ground. So we need to know what is happening between the coast once the water comes back. So we modelize that in a complex way, and that will allow us to make predictions for 10 days in a cyclonic zone. Is very interesting. This project is a project that was pretty much advanced in the research and that became operational. And thanks to the SCO gave this last kick to start the research. There are others, but I will go to Frédéric now. Thank you very much, Frédéric.
Should there be any questions concerning the scope, the project? We have to keep working fast, but some other words about the scope, because Alex Romaniak is going to speak about one of the scope projects. Perhaps are you going to explain how the tool works, and in particular how you've created it, which is extremely interesting. And when it comes to these scope projects, is that you build tools for institutions. It's based on organizations, and every minute counts. Every minute is precious, that you keep on trying, organizing your tools so that you meet the needs of the organization you are dealing with. Thank you for being here. If I can take the mic. Well, indeed, I'm going to showcase this co-project. I would like to thank the CNES for inviting me. This falls within a logic which is the early warning systems. Last year, during COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, the Secretary General launched the Early Warnings for All program, which is dedicated to covering the whole planet by within 5-6 years, so that you can anticipate climate events. Climate change enhances, increases the amount of extreme weather amounts, so we have to adapt to those events. One of the first axes being the early warning systems. It's based upon 4 pillars: the risk knowledge, preparedness, detection, monitoring, and warning, dissemination, and action. In developing countries, things are a bit peculiar because you lack data. In France, you have meteorological data, you have radar data, you have very precise data. It's different in some countries, which makes satellites even more important. And the reason is, for 20 years, Predict Services have been developing, thanks to the CNES, among others, a tool to help local authorities to manage the risk. It's based. We used to perform early warning systems before the name was known, before it was fashionable. We cross the risk zones with other things at stake. We have teams working 24/7. This night, there have been floods in the mountains in France, with systems that give the possibility to disseminate information towards population so that they anticipate the risk. As Laurence was saying, during the last month, we've seen how during storms, floods in northern France, or in the Alps, these early warning systems strategies give the possibility to save lives, but also to preserve goods and housings. There can be questions later, but we also cooperate with the insurance sector. Insurance companies invest a lot in the early warning systems. The EWS, which we have developed in France, there have been many operations that have been disseminated in the whole world. I would like to tell a few words about a project that has been led with the SCO in Haiti. Gadelapli is the name. It's about observing rainfalls there. The main principle of the project is, in Haiti has been impacted and is impacted very often by various natural risks. The political and economical context in Haiti makes it quite vulnerable, of course. So, hence the importance of cooperating with the civil authorities in Haiti. We've launched a cooperation so to help civil security in Haiti when it comes to managing these events. We've created a monitoring system. We have several partners that have been helping us. It's been running for 2 years now. We've been talking about it with Frédéric earlier, and this is to be closed by the end of the year. What we've implemented is a platform that allows us to cover the whole territory and to monitor the rainfalls in real time from space. We've mentioned the rainfall monitoring in the world. It's often made at the Earth level, which is one thing, which is already good. It's not the case everywhere in Haiti. There are many blind zones as well. Now, for the last 4 years, together with the CNES and the European Spatial Agency, we've developed a new project which allows to measure the rainfalls. We can assess every 30 minutes, every 40 kilometers on the whole globe, thanks to satellites. In parallel with this, we've developed a system that allows to have algorithms running, thanks to what is based on space data, so that we can assess the zones that are vulnerable to floods from space. All these data have been put to our disposal to Haiti. It's been given to Haiti, so that they've built all the action plans. So for the last 10 years, we've been helping them. Last week, there was a storm in Haiti and Dominicana, and we could inform the populations in Haiti, so that they've implemented the action plans that were needed. We've got products that can be generalized in the whole on the whole Earth. All the products. It's available in the whole globe, in the whole planet, so that it can contribute to the early warning for all operations, the United Nations Early Warning for All project. And notably, we've started about 2-3 months ago a project. It's a European one that's called Go Beyond. That's another slide. This is to last 4 years, and the objective is to give to all the Mediterranean countries a platform which is called the Early Warning for Mediterranean countries, so that they can share information, north side, south side, about the products that have been created and implemented, so that they can monitor and assess the amount of rainfalls and share those pieces of information. We've seen in Turkey, Greece and Libya last year how useful it is. It's quite close to France, and they need that kind of pieces of information. We are very happy that the SCO has helped disseminating those pieces of information. Thank you very much for all this content. Let's change the perspective. Now, this is going to get a little bit more institutional. Let me change the slide. Mathilde Bord-Laurent, we've proposed you to join us, since you work in the climate division, because we are interested in getting to know how the AFD, the Agence France Développement, you're working everywhere in the world. You would like to see how you mobilize spatial data when it comes to your strategy in order to meet the climate objectives. It's a part of your French roadmap, and how you intervene, how you work when, as far as the adaptation to climate change policies are concerned. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here during the very beginning. It's an honor to me. For those who perhaps don't know the AFD, for now, we are a public operator, a French one, that mobilizes public aid to development in the world, hence the word Agence Française de Développement, 15 countries around the world. We've identified a long time ago the consequences of climate change within the countries we cooperate with, and we've considered that should be an axis of the work we carry on. It's about 50% of the financements that we give, around 7 billion euros in 2022, among which 2 billion are dedicated to adaptation to climate change in developing countries. Within our mandate, we also have expectations, strong expectations from the partners and countries with which we cooperate. It concerns French policies. We work more and more about around mitigation, risk mitigation. It's been mentioned earlier. The topic is somewhere between adaptation and risk managing. It converges. It's linked because it's about cooperating with the most vulnerable populations. We've assessed 10 years of financing the adaptation to risk through the AFD. We've done a lot early and well, but we've also identified some weak points, the main ones being linked with the difficulty when it comes to identifying the zones, the geographical zones, and the vulnerable populations. From that point of view, as you can notice while listening to the presentations, satellites are perceived by us as one of the main tools that can help us enhancing the impact and the monitoring of the projects we lead. You've talked about the storms and hurricanes, talking about vulnerability. There have been fatalities in La Réunion. When it showed up in Madagascar, dozens of fatalities within 2 hours. So you see the same events, and you see the way how populations and territories are warned thanks to technology. We are talking about extreme weather events, but it's the same goes with adaptation to climate change. When you work, when you cooperate, and that's essential. When it comes to water management, water resources management, spatial planning, urban planning, agriculture, biodiversity preservation, land and forest management, you need knowledge, you need data, you need knowledge. So we perceive it as a tool, both as a tool for data gathering, but it's also important to bear in mind that it's not only about vision from the sky, from space. It's also to making sure everything is linked with the populations, with their needs in terms of pieces of information. But their populations need information, but they also you should receive some pieces of information from them. You have to link what you see from the sky and what you know from the field. Talking about adaptation, it's about developing a vision within which you can very quickly have a vision at different scales. It's local, it's regional, it's national, can be international as well. It's also about cross-cutting, crossing the items you can observe via satellite and the intervention sectors. It's what we call the multi-criteria analysis. This allows us to have a broader vision of the items and the situation on site when preparing projects that you will lead with your partners. You need precision and you need quickness. It's important. It's important for us. We see opportunities, we gain time, we save time because data analysis takes time, social data analysis takes time. We hope this data will allow us, this observation means will allow us to save time in the very near future. And given that time is money, saving time will allow us to save money. Plus, these different scales allow us to dialogue, to speak, to communicate with the local actors, with civil society, with local authorities, with national authorities as well. Together, a mix of all these pieces of good news give us a broader vision of the development objectives. We used to have a very sector approach, a sector-based approach. Now it's more based on projects, and the dialogue is far broader. So that we meet our sustainable development objectives that become a whole. It's not about treating apart water topics, social topics, environmental biodiversity topics apart. It's all together, it's all linked. There is another thing at stake. We talk a lot about adaptation to climate change, but I'm accountable for climate and nature. So the biodiversity topics and the fact that the need to take them into account is absolutely crucial. Satellites are extremely precious for the same reasons. They are key if we are to meet the Paris Agreement objectives, but also the communal objectives concerning biodiversity. As a development agency, we also have two other topics. You have the MY project, the impacts, what you are financing, what you are mobilizing money for, but it's also about better assessing the impact of public policies, because we keep on communicating at the national level. And there is another project that we'd like to showcase, which is about modelizing the impact of public policies within different territories. We are also accountable. That's another topic we've mentioned. Satellites allow us as well to better know situations before the projects, during the projects, and after them.
Of course, it's important for an agency that we are. It will be a major challenge also for us, certain finance tools, the certificates that we are developing in order to finance the questions related to biodiversity. They're going to need this type of tools to deploy themselves. 3 examples, it will be very quickly. 3 examples of projects that allow us to work on all these aspects. ABC map, adaptation by biodiversity carbon, that has been developed together with the PAM and the FIDA, that allows us to work to see the territories point by point, pixel by pixel, and that helps to develop policies concerning the usage of the soils. A program conducted by our subsidiary Expertise France in Rwanda with the special agency of Rwanda. We have a program of strengthening the capacities together with them, with the strong will to make an important transformation of the whole ministries and of the government in this context, and also observing the ground, and also another project, Lucia, that has been deployed in Mozambique. We are partnership with SIA and colleagues present. It's about the analyzing the landscapes. We're really using here satellite data to create models to assess how the landscapes will change with the climate changes, but also after the implementation of certain policies. So it's a very important major lever to go from national to local, and to create projects and to monitor them ex post, and also from project to public policies, and the dialogue with the states on their policies and their decisions. Okay, I will let these 3 persons to go, and I will make a short introduction of the next sequence here. We see the cooperation between different actors of the satellite world. It's among private institutions allowed to develop a series of services, public and private, to prevent disasters. We'll change. We'll talk about prevention, but in another way. But it will not be about preventing the disasters. Careful with the microphones. We'll change the subject. That will be that is extremely important in the different dimensions, and there are international alliances that are created during the COPs, and we talk about it. Now an important international organization that works on the reduction of methane emissions. So we've invited to this table three major actors of this monitoring of the reduction of methane emissions. These actors are Kairos, I told you about earlier. It's a French company that uses data in a very intelligent way. We have Antoine with us today, who's the chief analyst in Kairos, who will explain us what are the services that are being developed by Kairos, and how are we going to be able to use these services in the framework of the development of the EU regulations. You know that methane is extremely important when it comes to climate change. That is why we have to follow it closely, and we need to see the interoperability of different types of data. Mr. Steven Hamburg from the UN Environmental Programme of the International Methane. I will leave it in English, okay? He will explain us how it functions, and then we will listen to Anne Smith, who's from Global Hub, who will tell us how this it's organized. Thank you. Thank you very much, Laurence. I would like to thank the French Pavilion to host us here for this inauguration day. I'm not Antoine Rostand, I'm another Antoine. As Kairos is a company, French company, created in 2016, who uses the satellite data and AI to create transparency on everything that is connected with climate, emissions, greenhouse gases, forests, the evolution of the energy mix, the flows, and fossil energies and new energies. Methane occupies a very important place in our activities. It's one of the first subjects that we've attacked, so to say, because during the creation of the signature of the Paris Agreement, it was clear that the international community did not have the means to attain the objective that had been planned because of lack of transparency and lack of measures. That was the case of carbon, but also methane, even more. During this Paris Agreement times, had not been targeted yet fully in terms of reduction objectives. We've all focused on carbon. We've just mentioned the methane. Well, you know that with the present tendency, it will be like 50% of the. All that because we could not identify the sources of the methane emissions, so it was difficult to develop policies of reduction. So we've worked together with CNES, and we've used the data of the national and European agency. We've developed algorithms that allow to treat the satellite data in order to monitor on a daily basis the emissions, especially identifying the super emitters. I'm talking about big emissions of sometimes very brief but very strong that have a very serious impact on the climate, and something that could be avoided very easily. They are the low-hanging fruits of the climate action, because with a very low cost and very quickly we can eliminate them entirely. And while doing that, to reduce the emissions of greenhouse gases, we're talking about 1 gigatons of reduction, and that will allow to implement policies of reduction of greenhouse gases. So here we have a few examples of detections. Do two examples. On the left side, it's a super emitter in the Permian, in the USA. The biggest basin, the biggest source of hydrocarbons in the world, and a big source of methane also. Here we see an emission detected. The date is not written here, but this types of emission take place every day practically. But we can easily measure it, 10 tons per hour, and that took several days. We've detected this by using we've used the data coming from some sensors, and we managed to create relevant information. And the Sentinel-2 on the right side, in big emission in Turkmenistan. Now this is the producer of gas and petrol with the biggest methane quantities. So this is daily. Every day we detect thousands of emissions. Here you can see an example on this map of the spots of the places where we're talking about the super emitters. This in a short time sample. The States, Russia, Turkmenistan, North Africa. One of the conclusions that we've drawn from our measurements that allow also to assess the whole emissions of certain basins. 2 years after the signature of the methane, the pledge in Glasgow in 2021, the emissions do not go down, not really. In all the basins we had studied, we observed the same, if not a growth of emissions, with very rare exceptions, like, for example, Australia, that managed to reduce the emissions from its great coal basin. Here is an example of the things we've done we talked about total emissions in the USA from Permian. We're talking about signatories of the global pledge. They increase, the production has reduced with the lockdowns, with the connected with the COVID, and then the production got back to the previous level, and also the emissions of methane. And also in other basins in the States, the evolution is more or less the same. Anadarko, Appalachian, Hedgeville, in this case the coal. Australia is a rare positive example. Iraq sees an increase of the emissions. Elsewhere we see a flat state. Algeria is in big growth, unfortunately, also. So here the analysis we've conducted for long years, we can see the decrease in 2020 with the COVID. And this year we are at the level of 2019. In South Africa it's a slight decrease, but this is because they produce less coal. It's not a question of intensity, it's just because they extract less coal. In Iraq, an increase connected with the production, and what we can our analysis have very practical applications. One of the lessons that we can draw from it is to assess the impact of the different policies. This is what we managed to do in the States, when in the Permian there are two regimes of governance. Permian is together almost with Texas and New Mexico, and the major part of the production is in Texas, located in some in New Mexico. They have different regimes of controlling the methane emissions. Texas doesn't care. The others are very much more rigorous. We can see a clear difference when it comes to the emission of methane. Much less emissions in New Mexico. We're talking about big emitters. When we go to New Mexico, Mexico is different compared to Texas. According to analysis made with Sentinel-2, we also used the data coming from EMIT, that's another satellite, to do the same analysis. It's only confirming what we had before, because we cannot make sure that the coverage of the satellite is the same on the New Mexico side than in Texas. We're talking EMIT. What is interesting is that the big proportion of the emissions in Texas is not the consequence of the productions of gas and petrol that is bigger in Texas. Actually, there's no proportionality. Texas is emitting much more big emitters than New Mexico, even if we normalize the emissions by the production. There's much more emissions in Texas than in New Mexico. And what is very interesting is that New Mexico is actually the major engine of the increase of the production of petrol and gas in the Permian. As I told you, production has gone back to levels from before the COVID. But these things are to be seen where the emissions are frequent, where the big emissions do not happen that often, which allows us to show us the error being to pretend that the practices to reduce the create problems for the production of companies. It creates no problem. Quite the contrary, it is very possible to increase the production while reducing the emissions. And this data that we produce are on free access. We've created a public access site on which everyone can consult the detections that we made over the last years, since 2019, but also to observe the flows of gas transport in the world. As you can see on the right side, this is the analysis of French implementations of gas and LG. And the third application allows us to assess the intensity of methane of the gas producers and of gas importers. So you can see the map and on a heat map to see the intensity of France compared to Germany or the States compared to other countries who produce. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Antoine, for this presentation. Please take good note, if you're not specialist, how complex is the access to that kind of data. Because you have no measurements, you don't measure methane as such. We are just creating a tool that will allow us, we hope, quickly to do so, and that is to be called Merlin. But for now, it's about retrieving, reprocessing some data. It's complex processing, complex data processing from Sentinel-5. You've mentioned EMIT, there are YASI as well, I guess, and other sources. But the processing is extremely complex. Yeah, millions, billions of pictures that are processed by AI. You have wind models, different meteorological patterns. It's about, yes, it's high tech, of course. It's rocket science.
I introduced the International Methane Emission Observatory. So we're really happy to hear about this observatory. How do you use satellite data, and what's the next step for you, considering the evolution of the international regulation?
Great, thanks so much, and it's wonderful to be here. Apologize, my French is not up to doing this in French. And I want to build on what Antoine said. He talked there, Kairos has been certainly one of the pioneers. We heard 3 great talks about how we can use data, remote sensing data. But I want to step back a second and paint a picture of what we need to make this COP effective and make all the future. And basically, we need to answer 3 basic questions, which right now we cannot answer. I'll make it 4, but we're talking about methane. So that's the first is what's being emitted, methane in this case. But the things we need to know is where are the emissions, how much are the emissions, and how are they changing over time? And while we see a lot of data, as we're seeing on these walls, almost all of it is indirectly calculated. It's not observed. That is changing. IMEO, International Methane Emissions Observatory, was designed and is being built and funded by governments, the European Commission, the US government, the Canadian government, where increasingly number of governments are collaborating to change that picture dramatically, to bring all the data, working with Kairos, working with all the different satellites that you described, working with the satellites that are about to be launched that I'll talk about in a minute, to create real-time data that answers those questions for a greenhouse gas on a global basis for the very first time. I'm not talking about something 10 years from now. 2 years from now, we will have much of that data in place. For the very first time, by bringing the satellite data together with on-the-ground data, with tower data, with automobile data, meaning collected with automobiles, we can start to do this now. Why methane? Because analytically, there was a revolution about 15 years ago, giving everyone the analytical capacity to see it in much greater detail. We are now having a revolution in satellites. So the European Space Agency satellite Tropomi went up in 2017. That was a game changer. But it's still giving us a fuzzy picture. We do not have the crispness. We will see several satellites being launched in the next 2 years that will be like putting on a pair of glasses and seeing it clearly. When we bring all that data together, we can start to create a very, very clear picture of what's going on. To start it, working with Kairos, working with Esron in the Netherlands, the IMEO has started the methane alert and response system, taking the kind of data that Antoine described and getting that out to those who can make a difference. Because data does not cause things to happen. It's the starting point of a data to action pipeline. We need the whole pipe. The vision of IMEO is to create high quality, integrated data that it brings all of it together. It says where we are not sure, but creates an integrated product. Right now, people pull data from here and there, and they say, well, they're not the same. You know, mine's better than yours. The idea is we bring it all together into one set of products, not trying to hide anything, but bringing it into one product that is policy relevant and answering the policy questions that this whole COP, with the tens of thousands of people, are trying to answer. We do not currently have that for any greenhouse gas. And that is the vision that we need to be able to have. It's about bringing all of the players together. So there's a talk later with CEOS, which is the organization of all the space agencies, in just an hour or so to talk about this. And 2 years ago at COP28 in Glasgow, when the global methane pledge was made, there was a set of conversations in the Japan pavilion sponsored by JAXA, the Japanese Space Agency, that started to lay this out. Between that conversation and 2 years later, we've come a long way. But 2 years from now, it'll be remarkably different in a very positive way. Without that revolution, and a single hub for data where all of it's brought together, again, it's not preventing anyone, it's integrating it, we can't meet the challenge of the climate crisis. And I'll just end with why methane. I just want to double down. Methane is responsible for not quite 30% of the warming we see now, and it will dominate the near-term changes in the rate of warming, the damages that we heard about, the adaptation. That's being dominated by methane. In the long term, we absolutely need to address CO2. In the short term, the thing that's affecting our climate is methane more than anything. We have two climate problems. We have to solve them both. IMEO was set up to help drive the data to solve the first of the two. We have to solve both. But we are about to enter a period of radical transparency. That radical transparency is critical to the action that we're all here gathered to look at.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We're really we're inspired by how convinced of the whole the whole the ecosystem within methane is really thriving for this fight against methane is very, very impressive. How many efforts, and Saran is going to talk about this, how many international efforts since the pledge in Glasgow has been put on by a lot of people. So you're going to explain to us what's the Global Methane Hub objective within this context and how you work together with the various members of the hub. Thank you.
Merci pour l'invitation. Bonjour.
Thanks for inviting me. Hello, everyone.
To speak with you all today. It's fitting to be in the French pavilion, given France's leadership role on reining in other climate superpollutants. For example, helping to champion the G7 pledge in 2019 to help reduce hydrofluorocarbons from the cooling sector. The Global Methane Hub was formed in Glasgow in 2019. It's a pooled philanthropic fund working to catalyze efforts by other philanthropies, governments, private sector, partners in civil society, et cetera, investors, all to rein in methane, which, as Steve said, is responsible for a huge chunk of the warming that we're experiencing today. And reducing it is by far our strongest lever to cut warming over the next several decades. Global Methane Hub is aligned around a goal of reducing methane 35% by 2030 and 50% by 2050. And making the problem visible is a huge part of our strategy. Emissions detection and early alert systems play a key role in driving reductions. And it's an honor to speak beside so many visionaries in this space, partners working to fill the information gaps and make the data accessible and actionable. So this is the Waste Map platform that we launched alongside Clean Air Task Force and RMI yesterday with funding from Global Methane Hub and Google.org. It's the first ever platform that uses satellite data to depict where the big emissions are coming from the waste sector. And it enables local governments and NGOs to pinpoint the exact sources and implement actions to protect communities. More than 135 million people are living near these sites that create public health emergencies, such as fires, explosions, and air pollution. This landfill in Buenos Aires, for example, is the equivalent of about 1.4 million cars. This one in California was actually addressed after monitoring via aircraft spotted the plume, showing that this can work. We're also proud to support the methane alert response system that Steve described, which has funding from GMH and also from Bezos Earth Fund and from Google.org. Mars is a very important step in the methane alert response system in transparency, and it will also provide critical information for policymakers looking to differentiate and purchase gas that is produced using best practices. We know, of course, that methane emissions can dramatically erode any climate benefit of natural gas as compared to coal. We work everywhere. So I encourage folks to speak with me following the event if you have opportunities to collaborate. And thank you again for the opportunity to participate.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this presentation. So we've had a discussion about an hour, so we have a bit more time if any of you want to ask a couple of questions to either the first part of the table or the second one. But please, don't hesitate. Oui, Frédéric. Tu peux te mettre là peut-être? Oups. Attends, there's a mic.
Hello. Yeah. I have a question related to the interaction between what you are providing, Kairos, and what you are providing as a platform to monitor the big emitters. Are you working together?
We are working together, and we're also working in parallel. So we do benefit from funding from the Global Methane Hub in the work that we do with the IMEO. So it's a little bit incestuous here. We all work together. But there's also, I think as Steve said, there's a revolution in satellite imaging going on, which is also a revolution in artificial intelligence that's needed to process the imaging. And this is like all revolutions, it's maybe a little bit messy, which is probably a good thing. And there are efforts in parallel. So we are putting our map of super emitters in open access, and there are detections from landfills, as well as natural gas, oil, and a couple of agriculture as well. And then the Methane Hub and RMI launched the waste map. So this is all good. I think the more transparency, the better. And there's going to be also an effort to bring this all together within the IMEO, at least for as far as oil and gas is concerned, and I think the other sectors as well.
All the sectors.
Right.
So the key is again, it's making them complementary and creating the synergy. And that's what we've partially missed in this field, not just for methane, across the board, is where's the synergy? So that someone can understand the different pieces and how they fit together. And particularly because we talked about plumes in the demonstration here, but the bulk of the emissions are not plumes, they're diffuse. If we're looking at rice, most of agriculture, so there's an effort by the New Zealand government to start to use remote sensing for agriculture and looking that globally. And IMEO will bring all that data together. In some cases, the plumes, like in the waste sector, will be more important. In rice, they're not important at all. In oil and gas, it depends on the location. Some places, the big plumes are not very important. In other places, they are. IMEO's vision is we bring all that data together. It's not instead of, it's in addition to, it's the glue that holds all these pieces together. That's what we've been missing in the greenhouse gas data world, is that glue. And the other thing I would just say about the revolution is part of it is not just AI, but it's cloud-based automation, because almost all the satellites now produce concentration data, and concentration data does not easily translate into amounts of emissions in specific places. So there is now an effort, it's very far along. I know Copernicus is doing it in Europe, but it actually will be starting this next year, is totally automated inversions so that the data will be produced as a policy relevant product initially, not multiple steps later. So that will come out in near real time. So we're going to take what now takes months to years, average yearly data, bring it down to days. That will, in 2 years from now, I promise you, when we all get back together, you will have these near real-time maps of quantitative emissions around the world.
Hopefully.
Can I add I would add a small point, which is that I think today there's value in diversity. There's value in reconciliation and harmonization, and that's going to be very important in the future when more and more actors get into this game. But today there's value in diversity because there's mutual reinforcement from the multiplicity of observers who make observations that are very consistent with each other. So that helps validate the accuracy of satellite detection against some pushback by industry that we find in the oil and gas industry. So I think that's a very, when it comes to debt ratings, we have Moody's and S&P, and when it comes to methane emissions, it's not a bad thing to have several actors making measurements and detections.
On a d'ailleurs la même problématique sur la partie.
We have the same problems with CO2 because we're going to launch microcarbon next year that will measure the emissions as a measurement of flows of CO2, the wells and the emitters, and then the Copernicus, its mission that will try to answer to the same questions. This is very complex, and it had been decided at COP28, I just want to remind you. So it's something that we've been expecting, or the population have been expecting. Yes, I have a question. We talked about the consequences of the climate change. There is always the question of the influence of the heating on the reaction of the permafrost and strong emissions of methane that would be connected with the unfreezing of the soils of the ground. Is there anything about the evolution of the methane on the permafrost? Not really, for two reasons. Steve is going to correct me or add something. One of the reasons is that the emissions are not concentrated in points, but they are like present everywhere. So the satellites are less efficient in these for these matters.
So there's also that we right now, there's pretty good evidence to suggest that we're not seeing a major amount of methane coming out of the permafrost regions, additional methane, I shouldn't say, that things are reasonably stable, because you can look at the atmospheric concentration gradients and the isotopic signatures, and we're not seeing it coming out of the, doesn't mean it can't, doesn't mean it won't, but we have some biology that's working in our favor. So they're microbes like methane. So if it's coming out in diffuse sources in melting areas, the microbial community will potentially, and we could expect reasonably, to respond and consume that methane and give off CO2. We saw that with the big blowout in the Gulf of Mexico, which happened and emitted oil and gas, but almost no gas got to the surface because the Gulf of Mexico has natural seeps and the biology was already there. So it could respond quickly and consumed it. So we saw, it was a horrible event, but the methane actually was proportionally much smaller than you would have expected by what came out of the ground. So a little bit, but we do know that in other biology that actually tropical wetlands are probably an increasing source, and that's a bigger problem that we're all trying to unpack. So that's not to say don't worry about the permafrost, but the data right now do not say things are happening. The other thing I would say on it is we do see a lot of reports from emissions from lakes and things that are happening. The challenge is we don't have a lot of long-term record. So we're seeing it, but we're not sure. Is that what's always been there? Is it changing dramatically? And we just need more data to be able to figure out how that's, because there you wouldn't expect, because it comes out in a big bubble, a big event, so you wouldn't expect the microbial community to be able to consume it.
Thank you.
Oui, bonjour, merci pour ces explications. Moi, j'ai découvert pas mal.
Hello, thank you for those explanations. I've discovered many things. I wasn't a specialist in I am not a specialist in terms of methane. You're saying, Antoine, that there's many things at stake when it comes to measurements. Steps have been made, but you say there are many sources that are easier to manage, to process. What does that mean? Is it enough to press a button? And what's the share of emissions that are easy to process as far as methane is concerned? Because I don't know. Well, lots of transparency, because we used to measure methane emissions based upon factors that would underestimate the emissions. Now we've noticed, thanks to satellite, that what the claims made by countries and companies were understatements. There are super emitters. We think that they are around 10, they're responsible for 10, 11, 12% of the total emissions, if you take into consideration the oil and gas as well. based upon the observations we've made so far, there are three main reasons for those super emitters. What they do, the way they work is very often obsolete and harmful. They emit methane during maintenance operations on pipelines, for instance, or compression stations. It's quite easy to avoid this. You can perform flaring, for instance. It's better. It's better than. You have also obsolete infrastructures in Turkmenistan, in Algeria. You have in Turkmenistan installations that were made during the Soviet times, and of course it comes with costs to renovate those. But that could be done. You can do it thanks to money saved elsewhere, and it's easy to do. You have a third source, which is more US specific and linked with so-called associated gas, is linked with oil production. So the gas is not the main product that is to be exploited by the company. It's a co-product, a byproduct, a side effect of the oil production. And more often than not, what the companies do, since they're in a hurry, they throw it. They get rid of the gas. They don't sell it. So the answer would be about developing infrastructures, pipelines, so that the gas would be gathered and sold, put into the dissemination network, instead of being a waste, instead of being treated like rubbish. It would be a good that they would sell. The less easy way is but with a great payoff. In short time, within 3 years, we could get rid of 1 gigaton equivalent at low cost.
Things completely agree with Antoine, but it's not just a U.S. issue. So Europe has the same problem. There will be some data that I think some's already come out, the rest will, from Romania, showing exactly the same problem. We see the same problem in numerous countries in Mexico and elsewhere. And there will be later today some big announcements related to all of this that will be happening here at the COP. So the key is to know right now already we have at a country level emissions that range by more than 1 order of magnitude. The point is that we have the technology to reduce methane emissions radically, not just in oil and gas, not just in fossil fuels, so including coal, in waste, and in agriculture. There are also some announcements that are being made here related to agricultural methane. The point is that we can reduce the global methane pledge of 30% by 2030 is technologically 100% doable. It doesn't require inventing new things, things that are already being done in different parts of the world. It's about doing it more broadly, and we can go even further. So that's the really good news about methane. It's short-lived, so when you do it, you get a quick response. The technology exists, and now we've started to have, and we're going to have even much more in the next 2 years, the data to actually watch all of that in real time.
Well, that's wonderful, because we definitely need good news. There are not going to be that many, so we're really happy to hear about that. All right, I don't know if there's another question in the room, otherwise we can call it a day. And thank you very much for being with us. Thank you for both of my participants of this morning first round table on the French Pavilion, and wish you a very, very good COP. Thank you.
Thank you.
ماشي ماشي. راح تعبي معايا.
Yes? Yes.
Yep.
Do you want me to change the slides since everyone...
Is someone introducing, though? It said 3 minutes. It said... Sorry? So I'll just say welcome to the event.
Very
Hello. Testing. Okay, that's still there. Oh, hold on. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the event Enhancing Climate Action Through Building Synergies with the International Human Rights Framework. My name is Agnes Hall, and I am the Global Campaigns Director of 350.org. It's a real pleasure to be here with you today. Human rights and climate justice are inherently interconnected. The pursuit of climate action that truly serves the well-being of the most vulnerable people hinges upon our unwavering commitment to human rights. In the face of escalating impacts where lives, land, water, culture and heritage are endangered, and communities face exploitation by the extractive fossil fuel industry, the imperative to safeguard human rights becomes ever more pronounced. The recent IPCC report has supported that the human rights framework in fact leads to more sustainable outcomes and supports transformative change and advanced climate resilient development. With this in mind, the climate and human rights movements are becoming ever more connected and close, with a seminal COP27 last year where we joined forces to repeat the refrain loudly that climate justice requires human rights. And here we are at COP28. The climate and human rights movements are all here, and we have just experienced the hottest year on record. Governments are slow to action to invest in clean, safe, renewable energy and to move off fossil fuels, and to create safeguards for communities to ensure that all of this is achieved in a way that honors communities around the world. The International Human Rights Framework provides a crucial bedrock for us to lobby and advocate effectively for climate justice. It's also crucial in supporting the cases of climate defenders, such as Hong in Vietnam, our former colleague, who has been detained for nearly over 180 days now. Here with me today to unpack and discuss how the most effective solutions on climate justice are based on human rights
and how human rights framing is an effective mobilizer of climate action are our esteemed panelists. Mr. Surya Deva, the UN Special Rapporteur on the Right to Development, Agnes Kalamard, the Secretary General of Amnesty International, and Kim Pate, the Managing Director of the NDN Fund. So with no further ado, I'll move on to my questions. Surya Deva, thank you so much for joining us today. Can you tell us, how does the indivisibility of human rights and climate justice relate to the right to development? And do you have any plans that you can tell us about to take this forward?
Thank you very much, Agnes, and thank you for the invitation. So let me start with making the connection of indivisibility. And I would make 4 points why the agenda of climate justice and human rights is indivisible, though it doesn't look like indivisible when you are at COP, because it looks like different worlds. So this year I have participated in different events, high-level political forum in New York. I was last week in Geneva, annual forum on business and human rights, COP here. I participated in Addis Ababa, the consultation on Africa about right to development. And what I found is that we are discussing and operating in silos. So all these agendas, all different events, they're different people mostly, and we are not really connecting the dots. So I think it's important people in this room would see those connections, but outside, I think they don't see the connections. I mean, the first reason is that climate change is definitely going to impact, it's already impacting all human rights, and I think that's why the human rights lens, human rights-based approaches are absolutely critical. But the other issue that we often ignore is that climate change is also going to impact human rights in a way that the conflicts will come in between human rights. Let us say we're talking about phasing out fossil fuel. But many people is still at this point of time relying on coal to cook food. The right to food is a human right. So if you want to phase out fossil fuel, you need to offer alternatives. And I think that the rights will come in conflict. Right to food will come in conflict with right to health, right to environment. And I think that is where the human rights provides a lens to balance those conflicts and competing human rights. And I think that's where it's crucial to adopt that lens. The third reason is that there are blind spots. Often when we're talking about human rights or we're talking about right to development, certain marginalized or vulnerable groups and communities in any society, whether developing countries or developed countries, they don't get that visibility. They are often ignored. And adopting a human rights lens, again, is going to bring that focus on those people who are ignored, who are not part of the mainstream. And the fourth and final reason, and that's where I will make a connection with right to development, is participation. Participation, not consultation. Participation is a key component of right to development. And we often do not highlight this enough. And as part of my mandate, I'm putting focus on participation. And people cannot participate in decision-making processes, of course, if there is no civic space. So I think those connections are very, very critical. But I think it is also important for us to understand why we are facing challenges in terms of civic space and why human rights defenders and climate activists are getting targeted. And again, based on my work, I have found that there are many reasons, but I would like to briefly mention 3 of those reasons. First is the current economic model. Often we are not addressing the root causes of the fundamental challenges we are dealing with. So the current economic model is based on whoever has the power, whether these are states or companies, to grab the resources. Let us say land. You need land to grow food. You also need land for agro-business. You also need land for renewable energy projects. And often, the land is acquired without adequate participation of people, without giving them enough compensation, and that means there's conflict. And then you suppress those civil society voices and defenders. The second reason I find is there's significant state-business nexus. We often don't talk about this, that politicians and businessmen are working together. So we expect states to safeguard human rights, but often they do not do that because they have a vested interest in certain development projects and certain business projects. And this state-business nexus is a root cause because those attacks against defenders are taking place because the states are not behaving as a neutral mediator. Rather, a state has a vested interest. And then a final thing I would like to mention is that we are using, and I will say especially the developed countries are using human rights selectively. So if a particular state is an ally of developed countries, they will ignore human rights violations in that particular state, because for geopolitical region, that state is your ally. On the other hand, if certain states are not part of your equation, then you pick human rights in those particular countries. And I think this is problematic. If human rights matter, and in my view they do matter for everyone everywhere, then states cannot pick and choose and be selective in picking human rights issues. Now let me conclude with what I wish to do. I started my mandate 6 months back, what I wish to do as part of my mandate. I'm proposing a new model of development, and I'm calling it planet-centered participatory model of development. It's not people-centered, it's planet-centered, because if we can focus on a planet, people will be protected as well. We should reimagine the idea of leaving no one behind. It's not merely human beings. We can't even leave behind plants and animals. The entire ecosystem has to move together. I think that's a very crucial point. And of course, participation is crucial, bottom-up approaches and all that. The second is I'm adopting an intersectional approach. So we cannot put all human rights, all human beings in the same plank. And I think the intersectional approach is very crucial, because we're dealing with different rights holders, their children, migrant workers, women, indigenous peoples, and of course persons with disabilities, so on and so forth. That's very crucial. I'm also using right to development as an entry point. You gave an example of Vietnam. Now, Vietnam did not invite any special rapporteur, no one, for the last 6 years. I just came back from Vietnam last month. And if you look at my statement, I used right to development, participation as an entry point to raise issues about civic space and defenders, which no other mandate holder can do it. I think so I have to be creative, and I will use my mandate to focus on those particular issues. My last point, and I will finish with that, is what works. It's crucial to understand what works in different countries in the global south. It is crucial that the international organizations not merely drive the agenda from 36,000 feet and their priorities. They need to network with the local partners, local CSOs, local defenders, and find out what works in a particular country. This is very crucial. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this. And you know, you were just touching on civic space there. Agnès, thank you so much for joining us. Shrinking civic space is a trend that's happening around the world, with climate defenders facing persecution in different countries and contexts. Can you tell us how human rights mechanisms can be used to protect open civic space for effective climate action?
Thank you very much, Agnes. It's a pleasure to be here and to be joining my fellow panelists. About a year ago, in fact, exactly a year ago, I was in Colombia and visited a community in Barranca Bermeja. It's a community, mostly indigenous people that are living off the marshes, fishermen community. And this community is under a great deal of stress because the marshes are being polluted by the fossil fuel industry that is located nearby. The community leaders are being targeted. I met two of them one of them had 2 bodyguards, the other one had 1 bodyguard. They both had already been the subject of murder attempt, and really were living with a great deal of risk for them and their family. Why? Because they were attempting to raise awareness about the state of the marshes, and because they were trying to prevent the state-owned fossil fuel company to continue its pollution of the marshes. So that's one among thousands of examples. We know that environmental climate change defenders are currently the first, the primary victims of killings, intimidation, stigmatization, and arrest among all defenders. Environment, when you want to protect it, climate change, when you want to fight it, that is killing. That is killing human rights defenders, that is killing indigenous leaders, that is killing community leaders around the world. So that's a statement of fact. It's not just an amnesty fact, it's a statement of fact. The human rights framework is a superb framework when it is, of course, protected and implemented. Why it is wonderful? Because it places obligations. It places obligations on the state. It places obligations on non-state actors, in the first place, corporate actors. It is a framework that is seeking to curtail the abuse of power. It is a framework that is universal, interdependent, and indivisible. Universal means it's absolute, in the sense that if it applies in Belgium, it applies in Colombia, it applies in Mexico. That framework has proven to be, for the last 75 years at least, we're celebrating this year the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, it has proven to be a major force to disrupt the abuse of power. The UDHR and a range of other human rights instruments have become the fuel for social movements around the world. It is a fuel for the environmental defenders I have just mentioned. It is the fuel that is powering demands for change, including with regard to climate justice. It is essential to the fight for climate justice, even though located here in the UAE, you could be tempted to forget it. I would like to mention the fact that when the international community agrees to hold a meeting in a country where civic society is simply non-existent, when there is no civil society to speak of because of the fear, because of the arrest, we are become all complicit. We are all becoming complicit in the normalization of the shrinking space, and there is an inherent contradiction in wanting to fight for climate change and holding a meeting in a location where civic space and freedom of expression and association are prevented, including in that very space where we are now. So I would like to invite you all, in the next 10 days you're here, to please raise that issue whenever you have the opportunity. And we will too. By the way, at Amnesty International, I want to invite you to join us. We will have an action around civic space tomorrow. The human rights framework is crucial to climate for a variety of reasons. One, of course, it's about civic space, freedom of expression, freedom of association, and so on and so forth. The community in Barranca Bermeja in Colombia needs their right to association, their right to peaceful assembly, their right to freedom of expression to be protected in order to defend the environment, including against fossil fuel industry. But as many of you know as well, the climate is about health. Climate is about food. Climate is about a range of rights. Climate is about access to water, and so on and so forth. So the two bodies of thinking, conceptually, politically, from a programmatic standpoint, are absolutely intertwined. That doesn't mean that it is an easy relationship. Not just because states are not prepared to respect and protect rights wherever, but also because conceptually we still have a lot of work to do. And I'm just going to raise a couple of things. The first issue is the causal link. We are assuming that there are causal links between climate change and a number of human rights violations. And it's a safe assumption, but it's an assumption that must be empirically demonstrated, particularly if we want to be able to defend rights in court, to defend rights in public court, and to be more effective as activists. The causal link between a drought, the causal link between a flood, the causal link between the rising water and a community losing access to land, a community losing access to water, a community losing access to food. That causal link must be demonstrated. There are a number of organizations now that are doing so. Amnesty International is relying on them in a number of our research. We are also trying to establish that causal link when we can. It is not straightforward, but it is absolutely central. We've got to be clear in our data. We cannot afford to be attacked. Sorry, apparently we cannot afford to be criticized in our data. So the causal link is important. Second issue that needs a lot of attention is transnational and extraterritorial responsibilities. Outside climate change, it's a challenge for human rights, but it is a big challenge for the intersection between climate and human rights. Many actors that are violating rights in the context of climate change may not be national actors, or they may do so in complicity with national actors. Unpacking extraterritorial responsibilities and being able to fight those responsibilities or those violations of responsibilities in court is absolutely central. Sadly, when it comes to corporate actors, we're not very well advanced in terms of fighting extraterritorial corporate responsibilities. In fact, in my opinion, we've gone backward over the last 10 years. Secondly, it's becoming even more difficult to fight state extraterritorial responsibilities outside their national territories, i.e., if Canada is violating the right of an indigenous community in, e.g., Colombia or Mexico, just an example, it is not a straightforward process for us to be able to hold Canada accountable. If Saudi Arabia is doing the same, or any other countries that have mining industry, coal industries, fossil fuel industries, that extraterritorial responsibilities, whether it's corporate or state, is a challenge for all of us. And I want us, as a human rights climate change community, to really put a lot more effort into unpacking those extraterritorial obligations. Thirdly, the third challenge is around historical injustice. We all know about the philosophy behind some of what we do here, which is to insist that the countries that have industrialized for the last 2 centuries and therefore contributed to what's happening now hold more responsibilities than others. At Amnesty International, we are absolutely committed to working for reparation for historical injustice, but we have a long way to go. You know, it's really important. In fact, in this context here, it may well be that the climate community is going to advance the human rights agenda rather than the opposite. For instance, I can tell you that seeking reparation for slavery, seeking reparation for colonialism is a long, long, long way ahead. But what's happening in the context of climate change, where there is, I think, a domestication in our consciousness, that there are historical responsibilities among Western industrialized government, that I think is going to be really helpful for the human rights agenda on other historical injustices that may not be climate related. And finally, the last challenge I want to highlight is something that you have mentioned, biodiversity, non-humans. Clearly, because we speak about human rights agenda, we are tempted maybe to think of human at the top of some kind of hierarchy. I mean, I'm not going to unpack that hierarchy, but I just think it is a challenge for the human rights framework to accommodate the rights of non-human. So steps have been taken. India, for instance, as among other places, Costa Rica, there are a number of places where either the rights of a lake, the rights of a river, the rights of a forest, or indeed the rights of monkeys are being integrated in the way we think about rights. That is not straightforward. It poses challenges to human rights, but it is something that we, as human rights thinkers, activists, experts, must be able to discuss, confront, and look for conceptual, legal, philosophical solutions, because that's going to be quite central to a planet-centered future. And there cannot be a future if it is not planet-centered. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Agnes. Thank you. So, Kim, in your work, can you tell us how you use human rights to advance your climate work?
Sure. Can everybody hear me? Oh, yeah, great. Well, first, let me just tell you a little bit about Indian Collective. As you know, we're based in South Dakota, US, and in part, our focus is necessarily on some of the human rights violations that are ongoing in our own backyard. So in the Black Hills of South Dakota, the Haisapa, we're fighting to get those hills back. They're very sacred to our people. And our president and CEO, Nick Tilson, has been criminalized for this work to protect the Black Hills, the Haisapa, and get this land back into indigenous hands. This is an example of the type of human rights violations that we've been talking about happening in the United States, in the developed world. So it's not just happening in developing countries. This work colors everything that we do. In fact, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples informs everything that we do at our organization. We bring all of our new staff into a realization of how we are grounded in this vision and these values. Our work tends to focus, at least in the part of Indian Collective that I'm managing, which is the lending and impact investing arm, or Indian Fund. For those of you who live in the United States or are familiar with our alternative banking models, it is an emerging native community development financial institution. These types of entities are often the only source of capital in our indigenous places. People sometimes have to drive a whole day just to get to an ATM. Longer to get financing for businesses or for ranches and other things that can help bring food sovereignty into our places, because that's another issue for our indigenous communities, is the lack of healthy food systems in many places. This became very abundantly clear during the pandemic when all of our food systems broke down and many of our indigenous communities were stranded without food or water for a number of months. And so in order to prevent that from ever happening again, we have to take control back over the development of our key resources and the businesses and supply chains that allow us to maintain healthy food systems. Because as Surya told us a little bit ago, food is a human right. And we know that firsthand in the work that we do. So I was asked to talk a little bit about some of the examples of the intersection of human rights, climate justice, and development. So for us, and as I said, right, we're relying on UNDRIP to give us a lot of parameters around what does equitable, fair development look like. It looks like our communities having complete control over development decisions and being the architects of designers of everything that we need to happen in our local places. So one example is the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and its Wolakota Regenerative Buffalo Range and Wildlife Sanctuary, which was funded by NDN and a number of other funders who saw immediately in 2021 when we launched 30 baby buffalo into the wild on the Rosebud Reservation. What a tremendous model this is for other types of indigenous communities that are rural-based, that want land back. That's a major slogan of our work and a number of other organizations in the movement. We want land back because, as we heard earlier, if we don't have access to choices, decisions, and future directions that we can do with ownership of our own land, then we have nothing. So we are always interested in funding efforts that are land back. But in this case, with the Wolakota Regenerative Bison Range, we actually have a combination of land back, regenerative agriculture, workforce development, and healthy food systems. Not to mention the fact that we are bringing back the natural grasses in that entire part of the reservation that has been purchased through the loan and grant they got from NDN, but also from others who are great supporters, including maybe some in the room here today. So what that's allowed them to do is to preserve and protect the grasslands on the reservation, which had been disseminated by cattle, which, if you know anything about the difference between cattle and buffalo, cattle will destroy grass because it'll reach down into the roots and take all of the rootstock, whereas buffalo just eat the tops of the grass and protect those grasslands. So we've seen grasslands come back, as well as these 30 baby buffalo grow into a huge herd since 2021. So it's been almost 2 years, and we're at 200, we think, or more buffalo roaming wild. What does that mean? It means that the tribe has self-determination in a powerful way. So another one I wanted to talk about is Native Conservancy, which is an organization based in Cordova, Alaska, which is really an arm of the Eyak tribe, which has suffered so much in that region because of the long-term negative effects of the Exxon Valdez spill. And now, all these years later, the Eyak are really rallying around the creation of a series of businesses that are all interconnected to help create a blue-green economy in the kelp industry. What's exciting about the work that they're doing is that in addition to creating the Keep Kelp in the Water campaign, which is really powerful and is creating jobs and promoting lifeways and bringing back traditional subsistence practices in that area, it's also giving the salmon and other fisher people a second wave of a season to be able to have a full year of funding for their family and household budgets instead of having to go feast or famine from season to season. So it's creating a whole new industry that is indigenous-led. It's promoting jobs. It's creating infrastructure that will allow for long-term economic survivability in a blue-green economy, and it's a model just like what Lakota is for other indigenous-led major ag-based businesses at scale. Our slice of this was to fund the creation of Gia Boat Company, which is a boat company that is creating beautiful and industry-specific metal boats that are allowing kelp fisher people to actually get in there, harvest the type of natural kelp that allows us to keep the kelp in the water while also pulling enough out to maintain traditional fishing subsistence ways. We're excited about these two initiatives. We feel like they are representative of that intersection that I talked about of human rights, climate justice, and self-determined development decisions. There's many more examples that I could share with you, and I would love to make that available if anybody would like to hear more. And follow us on our social medias. We're Indian Collective, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Kim. Okay, so I think it's time to ask our panelists questions. Please indicate if you have a question that you'd like to address to either Surya, Agnès, or Kim. Yes, please. Oh, sorry. Beg your pardon.
Thank you so much. My name is Joan Achiza. I work with Friends of the Earth Uganda. I would like to comment about the issue of civic space for environmental human rights defenders. It is a very serious issue, especially in the global south. And as I speak right now, we have had students that have been arrested for protesting the East African crude oil pipeline. Just the right to assembly, freedom of speech is something that is not existing in the country where I come from. And so it puts human rights defenders at the front line. It puts them at the risk of arrest. And we have seen some witnesses who are also detained or arrested as they were coming from France to testify on a court case where we were suing Total. And so it goes back to the whole issue of civic space, human rights defenders protection. What can we do? Because human rights defenders from the global south are feeling the pinch of these intimidations, of this harassment. There is harassment by government officials, harassment by security officials for anyone who comes out to speak against such developments that relate to environmental destruction, that relate to climate injustices. So I'm wondering what solutions can the global north give in relation to civic space, especially for the north people?
I'd be happy to take the first answer, which is, one thing we've learned is that even where we have protections, often those protections are violated. And so we try to think about what is the duty of care that we need to provide to all of our activists. How do we have their back, even if we're not in the streets? So it's important to have strategies like legal observers, to bring some kind of reality to the situation so that any policing entities or others know that we have people who are taking notes, who are recording if they can, who are paying attention and are accountable. We are also making sure that we have a lot of attorneys that are in place and watching, and that all of our people on the ground are trained in all of the strategies they need to be so that everything goes as well as it could be and that they're safe. Having said that, these are difficult times and there's a lot of danger for our front line, but we have to do it.
Yeah, Surya, would you like to add to that, please? I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me? Okay, I'll be very brief. So I think the first is that we are not addressing the root causes, right? As I mentioned, the economic development model, which is relying on land grabbing without consultation, without participation, is the root cause. We need to address what kind of a development we want. The second issue is that even if those civic space shrinking is happening in the global south, the linkages are in the global north. Many of these companies which are involved in the development project in the global south could be from the global north. Not always, but could be. Or investors are sitting there, or consumers are sitting there. And I think that's where it's very crucial that we use the pressure points elsewhere, not merely in the global south or not merely in the Uganda, to raise those particular issues and use the leverage elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
I mean, I think you know, you're asking the most important question. It's a question that cannot be answered in that space here. And that's why I'm honestly wanting all of us to raise concerns and alarms when a human rights perspective central to fighting climate justice is simply not audible in a country such as the UAE. It's just not audible. If people cannot speak freely, if people in the country cannot come together to demand basic democracy, you know, it just is making all of us complicit in a parody. In a parody. So any opportunities you have to raise concern about not just the location, but I mean, it could be there provided we can speak and we can do what we are here to do. So that's the first issue. The second is that the shrinking space that you are talking about in Uganda is a global phenomena. So calling on the global north at this point in time may not be very helpful. If I look at Europe, over the last few years, in my country, France, some NGOs working for climate have been prevented from existing. They are fighting their case in court. They are winning, so there is a good thing to be said about the independence of the judiciary, but this has taken more than a year to fight back. During that year, the stigmatization that has gone on in the media has been mind-boggling. You know, and outside the climate space, Europe, over the last 55 days, has seen a complete silencing of pro-Palestinian voices in many places, absolutely legitimate expression of support for, you know, or against the relentless bombing of Gaza. So we are witnessing a global phenomena. I think the reconstruction of an economic model that is going to reproduce injustice is absolutely part of what's happening. But we, people everywhere in the world, global north and global south, need to really come together and fight back. I think the case that you are mentioning on Total is very important. And, you know, I was mentioning the importance of extraterritorial obligations and our capacity to make the links between the complicity of the Ugandan government, the actions of those those fossil fuel companies headquartered in France or elsewhere. It's an opportunity for us all to unpack those linkages, to unpack how the reproduction of injustice is happening across borders and is making peoples, including workers in France, by the way, complicit to human rights violations across the board. I don't have a solution to your thing except to say that we are all on it and we must be able to make the dots, link the points, link all of us in that fight.
Okay, great. Thank you, Agnès. Do we have time for one more question? Yes. Yeah? Okay, great. Yes, please.
Yes, my name is Romain. I am here for International Trade Union Confederation as a French affiliate, CGT.
International what?
International Trade Union Confederation, ITOC, as a French affiliate, CGT. Thank you for your question before, because I will go through this same point, because there is a law in France, and I think the case in Uganda is based on this law, is due diligence law. And right now is European law since few months now. And we were pushing with NGOs as a trade union, a French trade union, to defend this right of people that is violated in Uganda. And what we are facing concretely in the practice is once you want to prove the case, you face monsters. In the way like Total has a capacity, I don't know, thousands of advocates like working for them every day on it's so hard to prove anything. So my question for you is how we can, what do you think about this kind of mechanism? How we can push it, because even through solidarity between organizations from the north and from the south, it's so hard to find a way through. So my question especially is going to Surya Deva, which is, I think, UN has an important responsibility to promote this kind of mechanism, because when we speak about human rights, definitely we think about how to constrain these kind of actors to do something.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I think, again, it's a difficult question, but I think you're absolutely right. Whenever there is a litigation against multinationals, there are huge power imbalances in terms of information, in terms of the legal advice, in terms of economic resources. Companies use delay as a tactic to buy time. Even if they know they have done something wrong, they just delay the litigation. They file cases. They say, oh, why the case is in France? It should be in Uganda or in Kenya or somewhere else. So these tactics are there. There are solutions, there are legal solutions, but the difficulty is that there is not enough political will to make those changes in terms of law and policy. The French law is there, but the French law is not a great example of providing access to remedy. There are still barriers within Europe. EU directive that is being negotiated, there is serious pushback on the part of companies and even some in states. They don't want effective access to remedy in Europe as part of directive. The legal process to negotiate a legally binding instrument is going on for the last 10 years, and European Union is not on board. They're not supporting that idea. So the point is, can we build political will? And I think we need the grassroots movement. It's a marathon. There's no easy solution, unfortunately. We are seeing regression. But I think we need to change the political will. We need to recover democracies. We need to recover the state, because they are serving only 5% of the people. They're not serving all of us. Unless we recover that, we cannot get those changes in laws and policies, because those laws and policies are inherently designed to serve the corporate power, unfortunately. Thank you.
There is one positive step that is being taken. It's a small one, but there is a global and certainly a European push against SLAP. If you know, the SLAP is a legal...
strategic legal litigation.
Yeah, it's a way by those very powerful actors to prevent any kind of legal actions, and it's a violation, in our opinion, of freedom of expression, and of due process when it comes to the judiciary. So right now I think we're winning. We see a rising number of jurisdictions adopting anti-SLAP legislation, which will be very helpful in the case of multinational corporations. I mean, it's a small step, but we need to hold on to it and continue to push for it around the world.
Brilliant, thank you. So, do we have any other questions? Any other questions? No? All right then. Well, thank you so much for a rich discussion today. A big, big thank you to the panelists. Thank you so much, and to all of you for being here. Certainly a topic that we should be taking forward as movements, so thank you. I can't hear you. Thank you to the French Pavilion for hosting. Thank you. Merci. Thank you.
So let's start. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just a first initial word to specify that this first presentation is in French regarding Université Gustave Eiffel, but the following presentation of Valeo Company will be given in English. Okay, thank you. Feriel, it's your turn.
Voilà, présente-toi et puis je me présenterai ensuite.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Vincent Lecam and I am a research engineer at Gustave Eiffel University. Vincent Lecam, ingénieur de recherche à l'Université Gustave Eiffel.
Donc bonjour à toutes et à tous. Donc je suis Feriel Goulamoussen. Donc moi je.
I'm Feriel. I work also at Gustave Eiffel University. I'm a director of the international system of the sustainable city, innovative buildings. A program that is financed by the government, a program called Innovative Buildings. You'll make your introduction later if you don't mind, okay? We'll present you the different solutions that we have developed at our university, solutions that are affordable for the decarbonation, including the decarbonation of transport. I will tell you shortly a few words about our university. It was created in 2020, even if its model is special, even it's created by a research organization. We have lots of assets. The first one is that we are national. Why is it that important? It's because the different locations of our university allow to conduct works in different contexts and to see in the different territories if the solutions can be copied, duplicated or not. This specificity allowed the university, a university of course does a lot of teaching, but also we do public policy, and we have been appreciated on subjects like the city of tomorrow and the sustainable city. So we have the resilience and safety of cities, all that to reaffirm the role of the social dimension and also the sobriety and affordability. University plays a special role because in this place we have very different big missions. What is important for us and what guides our activity, we know it. This is why we're here at the COP28, because by 2050, 60% of the population will live in cities, 60% of people. So we have to ensure all the balance, climatic, social, economic. What are the principles of this university? Let's talk about territories, instead of talking about sustainable cities. A city lives in interactions with the territory. And we're not talking about one model template of sustainable city. Every city has a different history, different potential, and a diversity that guarantees resilience. To take into consideration all the specificities and all this history specific to every city, we use these histories to find solutions that are ours, but we adapt them, as I told you earlier. Finally, in order to implement transitions, urban transitions, we can't do them without all the actors that are local governments, cities, regions, and departments. They have their own problems, and they do a lot. We know it all in our cities. Water management, energy, material resources that are not infinite, and we'll have to live with it. Well, what does it mean? It means that we need to find, invent solutions that are more affordable, and also to reaffirm the capacity of these cities to re-employ. For us, there's also this historic dimension of cities. What was the evolution? What was the evolution of the actors who moved the cities? For us to transform cities, it means to look at the history of the revolution, of their transformation, and how we can transform them. So what we are going to see immediately with Vincent is how our works can support the new solutions, remaining affordable. Vincent, your turn. Behind these words, very concrete words, I will tell you, I will show you 5 concrete photos of solutions who really try to answer these challenges, including the reduction of the carbon footprint. Raw ground. We use local materials for construction. The earth, the ground. This is what our ancestors used to use. That was like a circular economy. This is grey energy. It's the local material, and excellent inertia, thermic inertia. They also present very low needs in terms of heating and air conditioning. The university is piloting this project of raw earth, how to create an excellent module with 8 megapascals of resilience, and also to avoid the problems that we usually have by adding enzymatic treatment, biobitumes, of course, also in the train world. In France, the SNCF, the national company that operates our system, this is 28,000 kilometers of track, including the high speed. We are on the top 10 of the cities that make people travel at a speed bigger than 300 kilometers. So this network includes lots of equipment that take care of safety. When you see at the right, the electromechanical pedals that will detect the train, the passage of a train. We have 100,000 of them. That's 30,000 days, 20,000 days, hours of motorized in situ interventions. That is also thousands of other equipments. We've identified with the SNCF the possibility in the framework of the modernization of this network would be to replace these equipments. Maybe tomorrow they will not exist anymore. We will use the lines of optic fibers that are already there in an affordable way. I would say we will use them to make them work, operate measurements that we do it with other methods right now. So every 150 kilometers we have to do measurements. Okay, let's get back to our roads now. I will present you the work of another company created somehow by the university the company Giraud, that has excellent solutions in order that are there to decarbonate the transport. Le Giraud is proposing an audit of all the degradations of all the problems that we have. These actions allows us to make recommendations, which mean a lot of financial gains, but also material and carbon gain. First of all, the life cycle is longer of the roads, and also the reductions of the greenhouse gases. Of course, a well-maintained road is to consume less, 9% less of energy and other things. Well, here in Dubai we halt. Here, swimming pools. Another example: how to operate the city swimming pools. The average of a pool, it's $250,000 every year for heating and water. You have to know that we assess scientifically 100 of different parameters that have a influence on this energetic efficiency. We propose different algorithms to use this parameter. This is affordability. We don't have to invest into new parameters or anything else. We just invest in the algorithms to reduce the consumption. The results go to reduce of 20% of the water energy savings and 25% for the water gain. There's no capex. There's no technologies to, it's being deployed. Last presentation, I will get back to the roads, but the way they are built. Another thing that was originated by the university. The company is called Alteroad. That is known by waiting trucks that evacuate the biggest roadworks in France. That's about Paris. Alteroad allows to trace and to monitor along the whole chain value. All that to reduce the carbon footprint and avoid overloading the trucks. This by a sort of carpet with sensors that allow they are at the entrance and at the exit of companies that assess immediately what the situation. So every day it's more than 5,000 trucks in Paris, lorries that are there. These are the 5 concrete examples, and I'm happy that the occasion has been given to me to share this information with you. Now to conclude, as I said earlier, the Gustave Eiffel University that deals with public policies, but also with teaching, of course. This research that was presented by my friend is a fruit of collaboration. We've implemented acceleration strategies that allow to mobilize all the levers that are at the disposal of the state. One of these levers are the programs, are the national programs. We are co-piloting 2 of them. PPR about the digitizing and decarbonizing mobility, but also sustainable cities and innovative buildings. It's about concrete solutions. It's not about building theories. We are trying to implement concrete solutions. In order to do that, I told you that earlier, we have to trust the actors. They need to tell us about their problems. We have to see and visit the local government and so on. And we draw subjects of research. This is called research upstream. What is correct? What is specifically doing that is that we gather all the actors, territorial actors. That allows us to name, to identify problems and subjects. So decarbonation and also mobility. If we deal with that, this will create systemic solutions at these two scales. What I wanted to tell you also, which will be transition for Valeo, is that there are local government, there is the research, but also innovation. In other words, how to transform a solution, a product, in order to create new products. We are piloting a program, the Deep Tech for the Mobility and the Cities of Tomorrow, and we see that this cycle, territories, research, innovation, at the national level is just perfect. All that at the service of the territories and for the territories. So these solutions for the city of tomorrow, they create together with the companies and with the governments. They try to answer to all those challenges that we have to face today, including those that are the subject of our COP. Thank you.
Est-ce qu'on reste?
Shall we stay here or would you like to change something?
Je sais pas si. Est-ce qu'on reste ici pour les questions?
Shall we stay here for the questions or? I mean, let's have the questions and answer session now.
Voilà.
All right.
Everyone here. I'm Jean-Luc Di-Parla-Galoni. I'm Corporate Vice President of Valeo in charge of External Affairs and Sustainability. And I'm going to present, following the great presentation of the Gustave Eiffel University, what a tier one in automotive sector is able to do to bring decarbonization on road. First of all, also, you might not be familiar with our group, so these are the corporate figures of 2022, because the year 23 is not ended, even if we are December the 2nd. So we are pretty much the size of a 20 billion euro company with 110,000 people around the world in 30 countries almost. And immediately you see the proportion of, we were talking about R&D and innovation, basically 1 site out of 3 is a research center. And the distribution platforms correspond to the aftermarket services. We take seriously, and this is why we committed to come to the COP, like we did for the first time last year in Egypt, because we believe that we have something to do to reduce the 18% of global CO2 emissions that are due just to road transport, not just even transport in general, but road transport. And at the same time, and it goes exactly on what Gustave Eiffel was presented in Frugality of usage of resources, that 2/3 of global oil demand, and it's interesting to say here in the United Arab Emirates, are used in transport. And also for the industry, 13% of global steel usage. So you see that from those figures, we need to bring a change. And as you know, this COP is putting quite some pressure, because what the Financial Times under the UNEP press release just 2 weeks ago showed that the forecast is far from plus 1.5, but rather plus 2.9. So what we want to say as a global tier 1 leader in electrification is that we need to act as a solution provider. We are acting as a solution provider in 2 ways: in bringing solution in electrification and also in having a frugal approach in resource usage. First of all, maybe at global scale, you may don't know, but all electric vehicles that have motors have one electric solution that comes from our company. 1 out of 3. 1 out of 2 in Europe. So we are clearly a major leading player in electrification of propulsion. And we have here 4 main drivers for electrification. First, we are obsessed in reducing the cost. We all know that the electrification and the electric pack in propulsion was bringing an up price versus internal combustion engine. We are doing, and we have done, and we are succeeding, because the electric propulsion that will come in the 1 or 2 next years will be easier price than the internal combustion engine. And we're obsessed in bringing those solutions for all types of mobility. Then we were also improving the range, because, as you know from the beginning, electrified vehicles had a limited range. Now we are at the type of generation where we can drive 500, 600, 700 kilometers with an electric motor. Then the other point, which was also well expressed by the previous panel, is the infrastructure. You cannot have electrification without a massive deployment of charging stations that is rightly being deployed right now in many, many countries of the world, and in others it remains just limited. And then all this, we are producing physical devices. Some are cyber physical, because you need also a lot of software. But for the physical parts, you absolutely need to minimize the impact of the overall product life cycle of the different materials that we're using. And you see here, we're not supplying just cars, even if cars are the main, in terms of volume, type of customers of vehicles.
Les véhicules que nous fournissons, mais nous avons réinventé un type frugal. Un type frugal de véhicule qui a beaucoup de succès en dehors de la France, le groupe Stellantis, PSA Citroën, est en train de développer pour produire encore plus. Et c'était un succès complètement inattendu, car
were projected at the beginning were limited. It's full electric, it's a very urban friendly, and it's also a way to introduce mobility for the youth, for the kids, for adolescents, before even getting your driving license. You see that we supply also different other types of vehicles, two-wheelers, three-wheelers, because we believe that this will be part of the new type of mobility in cities, and including the bikes, where we have deployed an electric motor that is 3 or 4 times more efficient than the current electric motor that you have in a city bike ride. If I take the example of the Vélib in Paris, which if you are Parisian like myself, it doesn't work very well in terms of electric. Sorry for that, but I had to say it. And to drive electromobility and combine it with frugality, you need to address massive market. This is why I am so proud to show what we did. We are right now one of the leading supplier of electric motors in India for rickshaw. And it's very important to show here at COP28 not just solutions for rich countries, but solutions that are massive. If you want to electrify India, it will start by rickshaws, even more so and before than electrifying cars. And we have done it with a very, very simple motor that had what we call in our industry the equivalent of a Nobel Prize, a PACE award. And indeed, we adapt sustainable solutions to local needs, to local markets. It's not just us. It means that we embark when you deliver devices that are industrially below $100 in terms of industrial costs, you need to bring along all your supply chain and drive it also with the spread of sustainability in making sure they are making very reasonable use of water, that they recycle their waste, that they get the best sustainable industrial processes. And indeed, it's by that you can tackle at the same time megalopolis and at the same time different type of urbanizations, such as tiny streets, the sois in Thailand, or certain very, very small streets where mobility remains an issue, but where clearly that mobility is not open for cars, it's open more for 2 or 3 wheelers, and where you need to deliver or to make mobility of passenger a reality. It's not just about solution, it's also about industrial process, the decarbonization. This is why, since 2 years, we have set up what we call a COP50 plan, just because we have evaluated that our carbon footprint was close to 50 megatons, and to abate it and get to 0 megaton. On the scope 1 and 2 put together, we will achieve minus 75% by 2030. And on the scope 3, upstream and downstream, according to science-based target, we will reach minus 15% by 2030. The rest will be done between the 2 decades, 2030, 2050. We walk our talk, and it's not enough. Our systems and our solution are creating a reservoir of avoided emissions. Like Veolia, like many other companies that are directly addressing products, solutions that are avoiding CO2, we are claiming, and this is also our pride and our message during this COP28, that beyond what SBTi is calculating in downsizing, we need to start the accountability of what in extra-financial we call scope 4, the avoided emissions. And you see that the more electrification market will become huge, the more the avoided emissions in this planet will be significant, because by 2030 they will be 13.6 megatons thanks to the deployment of our devices in electrification. CO2 is one thing, CO2 is not everything. We are doing also processes of frugality through resource preservation and circular economy. We call that at Valeo the 4 R's. It starts with the design at project level in robustifying it. It also continues once we have deployed our solution into repairability, and also the remanufacturing. We use former cases and then we just make them new back again. And when we cannot remanufacture, at least we are aiming at recycling whatever it is possible out of waste. So this is what we call the 4R, and it's extremely important also to optimize the usage of the materials, and we put in that program the reduction of water consumption and the waste generation. You see here that when we are tackling to use the best material we can, and without being also in a geopolitical dependence on what are critical materials, with Renault, our French and global customer, we have designed an electric motor without magnet, and it is a massive voltage motor which will ensure a super long range of autonomy without magnet and without rare earth, with minus 30% of carbon footprint and with more than 30% of power density. And this will be on roads, on the Renaults and other OEMs later on by 2027. We don't do that alone. As I was saying, we are relying on our supply chain, but we're also relying on collaborative research. I'm just coming back with Thierry Breton at European Commission. We launched the CHIPS Act, where Valeo is holding the presidency of the private members board. So we need great software and we need chips. But we also do with the European Union light and structural laser welded battery cooler, where we had a project funded by European Union and where we have embarked other countries of Europe. But we also have launched a cooperation with a federal institute based in Detroit, Michigan. This has been a legacy of President Obama, on the Institute for Advanced Composites Manufacturing Innovation, where we're trying to diminish the usage of plastic and to bring different type of composites to replace plastic in our things. It's my pleasure and my honor to say that Valeo is the only tier 1 worldwide that has been the first to support the ZEV zero emission vehicle declaration initiative that was started in Glasgow and where we joined last year in Sharm el-Sheikh at COP27. It's not just industry. We are the tier 1. There are some customers, but you have fleets, you have cities, you have OEMs, and this is something that we believe we want to have that pledge to accelerate an activist company like we are and bring many others along. And here you have the signature of my CEO, Christophe Perilla, on that support. And I end here, and we're ready to bring an answer to your questions in the last part.
Thank you. Thank you. Merci. S'il y a des questions.
Should you have any questions concerning the Valeo presentation or the Gustave Eiffel University presentation, feel free to drop one with a mic. With a mic.
En français ou
in French or English?
Tracking carbon footprint scope 1, 2, and 3 today?
Are you, sorry?
Are you tracking carbon footprint, scope 1, 2, and 3 from the production? I suppose you're producing for car manufacturer.
Shall I answer? Yeah, of course. I said it in my presentation. We are tracking all scopes, and I even added that we are claiming to get the accountability of what is, for the moment, so-called the avoided emissions, which will be, I would say, called the scope 4. Yes, we are tracking all of them because, as you said, not every actor, even with SBTI, has only partially put, I would say, chunks of their production. I mean, we have put our forecast up to 2030 and 2050 with, I would say, the vision that we had in 2020. And of course, it will be revised all the time, but we're tracking the all scopes, 1, 2, 3 upstream, 3 downstream. Because the 3 downstream is extremely important. That's where you have the most of the megatons. So we are diminishing it exactly, and we are compliant with SBTI. Minus 75% scope 1 and 2 by 2030, minus 15% scope 3 upstream, minus 15% scope 3 downstream. And then we are calculating that minus 13 megatons of avoided emissions by 2030.
And are you tracking primary data or secondary data?
We're tracking both.
Both. Yeah, I would like to have a discussion with you after.
Sure, of course, with pleasure. Another way of answering your question is we are A at CDP. No. Or AAA at MSCI. We are amongst the leaders of Tier 1 suppliers. Sure.
Also for Valeo, you've talked about rare earth-free electric motor. Can you provide a bit more detail about this motor? What is, for example, his, do you have his technological readiness level? Is it something that could be sold in cars in 10 years or in 5 years, or is it much more distant, in a much more distant future?
So I said it also in the presentation. This will be on the market as early as 2027. So it's almost in 3 years. We're almost at the beginning of 24, very soon. It's been the association of great teams from our side and also from Renault's side. And you know, in general, I'm not saying for rare earth, but I remember when it was the case of a certain type of critical materials, sometimes we push the efficiency to see if we can achieve the almost not the 100% of efficiency, but something quite close in avoiding this type, certain types of rare earths. We have tried it when it was the case of also huge increases of prices of certain type of rare earth. But yes, it will be on the market, and it will be also available. We have signed a contract that we can use later on this innovation with other types of customers. So it's beyond Renault.
Thank you.
Hi, I have a question concerning the charging station. In some certain cases, it will be hard to replace the classical fuel station, like inside the cities, because you may have not enough space to park all the cars. That will create big queues in the streets. How do you plan to deal with this problem?
So I think this we can even share with my dear other panelists. So first of all, it's an ecosystem issue. We also launch a small business of charging station, but we are not, I would say, a thinker. We are not an urban planner as a company. But my first answer, and I'm a geographer by education, so I've done urban studies. First of all, the mobility will be reshaped. You will have a lot more of different systems of usage. people that can be owners of vehicles can also be users of share vehicles and not using private vehicles all the time and combining it with public transportation. The way our cities were designed at the beginning were not very interoperable. So we were constantly opposing public transportation and private transportation. This has to come to an end because we will limit the amount of individual mobility if it's not shared, particularly in city centers. At the same time, the autonomy that will grow will allow different ways of charging the cars without being obliged, like the fuel stations that you're mentioning. And for example, if I take another side of innovation that Valeo does, we are a leader in autonomy, and right now we are already on having with another customer, a German customer, a valet parking where the vehicle goes underneath in garages and where you don't need any longer. First of all, for women, it's very nice because they won't get attacked in garage. You exit from your vehicle, the car self-drives, parks itself, and can log on a charging station. And the cars can be much more squeezed one to another because there is no need of pedestrian in the future. So you have different type of land usage optimization that are not yet deployed, but will come when the electrification of vehicles will be the new normal. So I'm not a specialist on how the utilities and the oil companies that are also our electricity providers and charging station providers will change for a fuel station itself, but for sure you will have different way of recharging. And you're right, many buildings in many, I would say, old cities don't have always parking underneath where you can charge, but there will be solutions.
May I complete? It's true that regarding charging, we must admit that most of us have the vision of a local point where you can plug your car and get some electricity to charge it. Okay. So we will have to look at many huge projects that are, it's true, actually under research and development, what we call electrical roads. We have to really think about the possibility to make the road getting some energy to the car by induction, by the air, like for trains, okay? Because we have also to admit that for huge transportation of materials, for trucks, electrical battery is complex to address with actually. So having small batteries, but the major part of your energy by the road itself is an issue. So we are actually qualifying on some roads, but it's under future.
Hi. I'm sorry I missed the beginning of the presentation. I had another event, but I was wondering, I understand you're from a university, Gustave Eiffel. I was wondering, you're talking about mobility plans and urban planning. Do you know about the Mobilize Your City initiative? That's a European-funded initiative that did many local mobility plans for many cities in the world. I'm wondering maybe if you worked with them or if you were aware of their toolbox.
You mean with European? I didn't.
It's from the there's AFD and ADEM, which I represent, and the European Commission.
Okay. Yeah, okay. We have many projects regarding mobility. Let's mention the multimodality. You go to a town by cars, and you let your car, you share. We have also many European projects regarding what we call the sharing of the means of the mobility. I mean to see the mobility not as a car that you have, but as a mobility that you share, that you buy. This is another vision. in general way, yes, we have many research. Another aspect is that we are also often asked to evaluate the impact of energy because there are many bad ideas that seems to be good in terms of energy, but that has in reality a negative effect or a very few positive effects. So, for example, just a simple example, forbidden trucks in town have to be regarded use case by use case. Because the impact carbon of traveling foods, fresh foods, from a carbonic truck to an electric car that goes inside town is not always positive. Not never, not always. So, no.
Okay. I'm aware of the last kilometer logistics issues. Do you also I heard about mitigations a lot, about energy. Do you also have considerations for adaptation issues?
What do you mean by adaptations?
Adaptation to climate change, like adapting the urban environment and the mobility infrastructure to future climate.
Okay, the question is very difficult because this is the aim of the university. How to say? Yes, let's say that 20 years ago, as a civil engineering research center, our goals were to make efficient civil engineering structure, better bridge, huge roads, etc. And if there was a benefit in terms of climate change or materials consuming, it was good, but it was in a second cycle. Okay. Now, for all the subjects as I mentioned, like swimming pool, roads, trucks, measurement, the climate change. I mean the CO2 impact is the first objective we have in nearly each of our projects.
Okay.
Fort. Ça marche pas. Moi, je sais pas si on m'entend. Oui. Moi, je veux juste.
Just wanted to add one element. It's because when we're talking about adaptation, we're talking about the usages that we have today, and we try to recouple them in the future. Well, finally, like at the University of Gustave Eiffel, we have many colleagues who work urban history problems and others. There are also modifications that could be used, would change the usages of the city residents. We can change the usage of different zones, like so yes, there are technologies on one side. Certainly, that's not only technology; it's also the way we reorganize the city and we modify the usages. That's why they have hence the necessity of analysis and human science, let's say, sciences. These aspects should not be neglected, quite the contrary. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bonjour, Malcolm.
Yes. Test, can you hear us?
Yes, yes, bonjour. I can hear you.
Okay. One second. So I'm going to close my camera and the technical team will take over.
Okay.
Can everything?
Test, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly fine. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, can you close your Zoom?
I can't close the Zoom because I'm the host.
No, don't close it. Just keep it there. Don't worry. Okay, so you hear the sound only from here.
So you guys can hear her and she can hear you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Knock on them, like ask if she hears us. Can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you well. Can you
Yes,
hear
we're just doing a test.
me? Okay, so I have a question. Am I going to be able to attend the whole session this afternoon?
Hi, Miss Collado, can you hear us?
Yes. Yes, I can hear you.
So normally you're scheduled to speak at around 5:15 p.m. local time. So I actually don't know what's the time difference, but so yes, in 30 minutes approximately. But we don't know exactly when it'll be.
Still like so my question is,
1 second.
are you going to screen all the session, or is going to be
Okay,
the participation
so
and that's it? I'm not going to be able to
so
attend
what
the
will
rest of
happen
it?
is that you will be introduced as a speaker. So there will be the French ambassador for regional cooperation, Mr. Roland Dubertrand.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Who will
Do you want
basically
me
announce
to
you, and
go
who will
out?
say, and now we have an esteemed guest, Professor Lydia Collado, who is going to speak. Do you have any questions? Is everything clear?
Can I just pass?
Sorry, the technical team would like you to talk a little bit, just to check to see if the sound works well. But you're also on mute, right? Yeah. Can you hear us now? Okay.
Yes, yes, I
Did
can
you?
hear you.
Okay. Did you hear what I said before about the introduction of the event? Okay. Okay.
Nothing.
So, okay. So sorry. So as I was saying, you're scheduled to speak at around 5:15. Okay. And so the person who is going to be the moderator of the event, the ambassador for regional cooperation, he's going to introduce you. He's going to say, and now we have an esteemed guest, blah blah blah, and and so then we will switch over to you. Okay.
Okay. And so in that moment, do I start sharing my presentation?
Can you speak a little bit louder, please?
At that time, should I be sharing my presentation then?
Yes. 1 second. Let me check to see if you can share your presentation.
Yes.
Can you
Better?
can you try and share it now?
What is the presentation?
She has a PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see the presentation. Great.
Okay, so I stop sharing now.
Okay, great. So we can see it and we can share it. So yeah, so at that time, so the ambassador will introduce you, and then you can start sharing your screen and introduce yourself too.
Okay, and then that is going to be the only moment in which Zoom is going to be open, or can I be attending the whole meeting with Zoom?
Sorry, there's a lot of noise. 1 second.
Is from my side or is over there?
No, it's in the pavilion side. But now I can hear you better. Can you please repeat your question?
So if the Zoom is going to be only for my presentation, or am I going to be able to see the other presentations and participations?
Good question. I'll ask the technical team.
If it's possible to stay with the Zoom open to see the others, that would be fantastic.
Yeah. But if she watches it from the YouTube link, right?
Yeah, on YouTube.
Yeah. Okay, so it's possible. You just have to follow the live stream of the event, which is on YouTube. I will send you the link via email right now.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Do you have any other questions?
So I will. Should I stay here or I join again? I just stay here.
Yes.
I don't exit.
Yeah.
No,
Please just stay on the Zoom, and then you'll be introduced.
Okay. Perfect.
Oh yes, but please mute your microphone until the ambassador introduces you. Okay. So
And the camera too? Should I close the camera too?
should she close the camera? I don't think so. No. No need to close the camera.
Okay.
Okay,
thank you very much. Thank you.
Alors, une année après la conférence internationale Sargasses, la collectivité régionale a continué à travailler et vous devez bien vous douter que ça n'était pas facile puisque la conférence est tenue au mois de novembre et dès le mois de mars, la crise sanitaire est arrivée avec son confinement jusqu'au mois de mai. Mais néanmoins, sur les deux volets qui ont été lancés au niveau de la conférence internationale Sargasses, tout d'abord sous le volet de l'appel à projet Sargasson. Rappelez-vous, c'était un projet où nous avions labellisé 12 équipes sur différents projets en lien avec la problématique des algues sargasses. Sur les 12 projets, 11 projets ont effectivement démarré ou vont démarrer. Nous avons accompagné les porteurs de projets et c'est un travail que la collectivité régionale fait en partenariat avec l'Agence nationale de la recherche. En ce qui concerne le programme caraïbéen SARCOUP, l'un des volets, c'était la conférence internationale Sargasses qui a pu réunir des scientifiques, des politiques, des gestionnaires d'espace et où nous avons convenu d'un certain nombre de résolutions. Alors aujourd'hui, sur le volet déploiement des capteurs dans la Caraïbe, c'était un des volets du programme SARCOUP. Aujourd'hui, nous avons lancé un appel à manifestation d'intérêt pour les pays caraïbéens qui seraient intéressés pour pouvoir installer des capteurs de gaz pour l'hydrogène sulfuré et pour l'ammoniac. Et aujourd'hui, nous avons l'Assemblée de Trinidad et de Tobago qui est intéressée, le Mexique ainsi que Cuba. D'autres pays pourraient être éventuellement intéressés. En ce qui concerne le volet détection satellitaire, nous avons mis en place un groupe de travail et nous avons pu faire une grosse réunion avec des pays comme le Mexique et nos partenaires de l'OECO et de l'AEC, mais différents autres partenaires tels que l'Agence française du développement, l'ADEME, et où nous avons pu établir un cahier des charges pour mettre en place ce groupe de télédétection satellitaire. L'objectif, c'est de pouvoir anticiper les échouements des algues sargasses. Sur le volet et sur le dernier volet qui était celui de l'internationalisation de notre problématique, Nous avons travaillé constamment avec la commission Yo-Caribé de l'UNESCO. Nous avons fait plusieurs visioconférences internationales et nous travaillons aujourd'hui avec le Karlsruhe et nous allons porter, je dirais, des propositions sur la Convention de Carthagène pour la reconnaissance des algues sargasses, puisqu'aujourd'hui, nos algues sargasses n'ont aucune identité. On ne sait pas si c'est un déchet, on ne sait pas si c'est une espèce exotique qui est devenue envahissante, on ne sait pas si c'est une pollution. Donc il faut lui donner une carte d'identité internationale pour qu'elle soit répertoriée et qu'elle puisse ouvrir à des financements ou des compensations pour nos populations. D'ores et déjà, nous avons le programme international des manifestations et le comité de pilotage du 14 janvier va nous permettre de circonscrire les manifestations internationales où nous irons porter la voix sur notre thématique des échouements massifs des algues sargasses. Donc voilà, donc une année, je dirais, en demi-teinte à cause de cette crise sanitaire, mais une année où la collectivité régionale n'est pas restée sans faire avancer à la fois les problématiques sur l'appel à projet Sargasses et sur le programme SARCOUP. Et nous continuons à travailler de concert avec nos partenaires, le ministère de l'Outre-mer, le ministère de la Transition écologique, nos partenaires comme l'ADEME, comme l'Université des Antilles, comme l'Agence française du développement, des partenaires précieux et qui nous font avancer au quotidien.
Mesdames et messieurs les chefs d'État, mesdames et messieurs les représentants de chefs d'État. Je suis Sylvie Gustave-Di Duflo, vice-présidente à la région Guadeloupe et je suis en charge des questions environnementales. Aujourd'hui, je vais vous parler au nom du président Harry Chalus, président du Conseil régional de la Guadeloupe, qui n'a pas pu être présent. Les échouements des algues sargasses, c'est un phénomène qui nous impacte depuis 2011. C'est donc 12 ans de vécu avec des échouements massifs d'algues sargasses qui vont en s'amplifiant. Et le phénomène est en train de se pérenniser et nous perdons même de la saisonnalité puisque aujourd'hui, sur l'archipel de la Guadeloupe, nous avons des échouements de janvier à décembre. Tout le monde connaît le réservoir historique producteur d'algues sargasses. Il s'agit de la mer des Sargasses, au nord des Bahamas. En 2011, les scientifiques ont fait le constat de l'arrivée de 3 nouveaux réservoirs producteurs d'algues sargasses dans le delta du Mississippi, dans le delta du fleuve Amazonie et dans le delta du fleuve Congo. Aujourd'hui, les petites Antilles où se trouve l'archipel de la Guadeloupe sont alimentées par le réservoir amazonien et africain. C'est plus de 8000 km de sargasses qui ceinturent l'océan Atlantique des côtes africaines jusqu'au bassin caraïbéen. La région Guadeloupe a fait le choix d'avoir une action à la fois locale et internationale. En ce qui concerne l'action locale, nous aidons les collectivités sur la collecte des algues sargasses et la région Guadeloupe, dans son rôle de développement économique, intervient pour aider les activités en lien avec la mer. En ce qui concerne le bassin caraïbéen, nous avons fait le choix d'aller vers un programme caraïbéen, SARCOUP, qui doit fédérer tous les États de la Caraïbe impactés par ces algues sargasses. Et quand je parle États de la Caraïbe, au sens large de la Caraïbe. Ce programme SARCOUP se décline en plusieurs sous-programmes. Le premier sous-programme consiste à la télédétection et à l'anticipation des échouements des algues sargasses. Le deuxième sous-programme, il s'agit du cluster. Il faut mettre en place un cluster, une plateforme Internet où citoyens, chercheurs, politiques, gestionnaires d'espace vont pouvoir interagir de manière interactive. Le troisième sous-programme, il s'agit de mettre en place un réseau de la qualité de l'air pour mesurer les niveaux d'hydrogène sulfuré et d'ammoniac relâchés dans l'atmosphère. Et aujourd'hui, les pays comme Cuba, comme la Dominique ou encore la Barbade sont inclus dans ce programme. Et enfin, nous avons le 4e sous-programme, c'est celui des actions à l'international. Mesdames et messieurs les chefs d'État, mesdames et messieurs les représentants de chefs d'État, il nous faut aujourd'hui parler d'une seule voix. Nous devons fédérer nos forces d'État de la Caraïbe, de territoires caribéens et porter cette problématique des algues sargasses au plus haut niveau, au niveau de l'Organisation des Nations Unies. Aujourd'hui, quand on regarde la cartographie des échouements, eh bien cette cartographie, elle va sur des hotspots de biodiversité, que ce soit dans le bassin caribéen, que ce soit en Amérique centrale ou encore en Amérique du Sud. Or, cette biodiversité, c'est elle qui est la base de nos activités économiques, à la fois touristiques et halieutiques. Mesdames et messieurs les chefs d'État, mesdames et messieurs leurs représentants, nous ne pouvons plus attendre, c'est une question d'urgence. L'urgence sanitaire, d'urgence au niveau de la biodiversité, d'urgence au niveau de notre activité économique. Je vous remercie.
Le programme caribéen de coopération de lutte contre les sargasses, SARCOUP, a été initié en 2019 par la région Guadeloupe. Soutenu par l'Interreg Caraïbes, SARCOUP est en partenariat avec la région Guadeloupe, l'ADEME, l'OFB, l'AFD, les collectivités territoriales de Martinique et de Guyane, les collectivités d'outre-mer de Saint-Martin et de Saint-Barthélemy, l'Association des États de la Caraïbe, AEC, l'Organisation des États de la Caraïbe orientale, OECO, la Communauté des Caraïbes, CARICOM, la République dominicaine, le Mexique et les principaux ministères concernés. SARCOUP entend développer des réponses rapides et efficaces face aux urgences en améliorant l'information relative aux prévisions des échouages dans la zone des Caraïbes, renforcer la capacité de réponse des territoires face aux échouages massifs, assurer la protection des populations, la coordination entre les acteurs de la Caraïbe par un plus grand partage et une meilleure diffusion des connaissances. Ce programme caribéen de lutte contre les sargasses s'articule autour de 4 axes majeurs. L'organisation d'une conférence internationale sur les sargasses, la mise en place d'un forum caribéen de connaissances sur les sargasses, la création d'un centre caribéen de surveillance et d'alerte sur les sargasses, des actions d'internationalisation pour porter le sujet des sargasses à l'agenda des organisations internationales. Le programme SARCOUP développe donc particulièrement l'observation, avec la mise en place de scénarios de mutualisation en matière de télédétection dans la Caraïbe, la mise en place d'un réseau caribéen de la qualité de l'air, la collecte et la centralisation de l'ensemble des contributions scientifiques et techniques sur les sargasses, les actions d'internationalisation de la question des sargasses avec le renforcement de la coordination des stratégies régionales de lutte et la promotion du programme auprès des instances internationales.
Alors, une année après la conférence internationale Sargasses, la collectivité régionale a continué à travailler et vous devez bien vous douter que ça n'était pas facile puisque la conférence est tenue au mois de novembre et dès le mois de mars, la crise sanitaire est arrivée avec son confinement jusqu'au mois de mai. Mais néanmoins, sur les 2 volets qui ont été lancés au niveau de la conférence internationale Sargasses, Tout d'abord sous le volet de l'appel à projet Sargasso. Rappelez-vous, c'était un projet où nous avions labellisé 12 équipes sur différents projets en lien avec la problématique des algues sargasses. Sur les 12 projets, 11 projets ont effectivement démarré ou vont démarrer. Nous avons accompagné les porteurs de projets et c'est un travail que la collectivité régionale fait en partenariat avec l'Agence nationale de la recherche. En ce qui concerne le programme caraïbéen SARCOUP, l'un des volets, c'était la conférence internationale Sargasses qui a pu réunir des scientifiques, des politiques, des gestionnaires d'espace et où nous avons convenu d'un certain nombre de résolutions. Alors aujourd'hui, sur le volet déploiement des capteurs dans la Caraïbe, c'était un des volets du programme SARCOUP. Aujourd'hui, nous avons lancé un appel à manifestation d'intérêt pour les pays caraïbéens qui seraient intéressés pour pouvoir installer des capteurs de gaz pour l'hydrogène sulfuré et pour l'ammoniac. Et aujourd'hui, nous avons l'Assemblée de Trinidad et de Tobago qui est intéressée, le Mexique ainsi que Cuba. D'autres pays pourraient être éventuellement intéressés. En ce qui concerne le volet détection satellitaire, nous avons mis en place un groupe de travail et nous avons pu faire une grosse réunion avec des
Professor
pays
Koyata
comme le
Vitas?
Mexique et nos partenaires de l'OCE
Can you
et de la
hear us?
mais différents
Can you hear what's going on in the room?
tels que l'Agence française du développement, l'ADEME, et où nous avons pu
Can you speak just to test the sound again, please?
de télédétection satellitaire. L'objectif, c'est de pouvoir anticiper les échouements des algues sargasses.
You're
Sur
still
le
on
volet-
mute.
Et sur le dernier volet qui était celui de l'internationalisation de notre problématique, nous avons travaillé constamment avec la commission Bio-Caribé de l'UNESCO. Nous avons fait plusieurs visioconférences
Yes, you can open the mic.
et nous travaillons aujourd'hui avec le CARSPO et nous allons porter
Can you try speaking?
des propositions
Just to test the
sur
sound
la
again,
Convention de
please?
Carthagène pour la reconnaissance des algues sargasses, puisqu'aujourd'hui, nos algues sargasses n'ont aucune identité. On ne sait pas si c'est un déchet, on ne sait pas
Can you
si
hear
c'est
us?
une espèce exotique.
Hello, Professor Collado?
On ne sait pas si c'est une pollution.
Yeah,
Donc
yeah.
il faut lui donner une carte d'identité internationale pour qu'elle soit répertoriée et qu'elle puisse ouvrir à des financements ou des compensations pour nos populations. D'ores et déjà, nous avons le programme international des manifestations et
Okay,
le
great.
comité de
Thank you. We can hear
pilotage
you.
du 14 janvier va nous permettre de circonscrire les manifestations internationales où nous irons porter la voix sur notre thématique des échouements massifs des algues sargasses. Donc voilà, donc une année, je dirais en demi-teinte à cause de cette crise sanitaire, mais une année où la collectivité régionale n'est pas restée sans faire avancer à la fois les problématiques sur l'appel à projet Sargasses et sur le programme SARCOUP. Et nous continuons à travailler de concert avec nos partenaires, le ministère de l'Outre-mer, le ministère de la Transition écologique, nos partenaires comme l'ADEME, comme l'Université des Antilles, comme l'Agence française du développement, des partenaires précieux et qui nous font avancer au quotidien.
Tu veux que je le mette?
Très bien, nous allons...
Very well. We will start now. Thank you very much for waiting and for your awareness. Thank you for also for launching this international initiative about the Sargassos. It's an important one as France has decided, in order to launch a diplomatic initiative with the support of the Costa Rica, the Dominicana, Mexico, OCEO, and of course in full coordination with the EU and its efforts. I will first give the floor to Sylvie Gustave-Duflo, who's the Vice President of the Regional Council of the Guadeloupe and also President of the French Office of the Biodiversity, who will tell you about the phenomenon of sargassum, and he will tell you how to fight sargassum on the coast. Thank you. Dear Vice President, Vice Minister of the Environment of the San Domingo Republic, Mr. Secretary General of the IAC, representative of the EU, and all of you, ladies and gentlemen, with your functions and your qualities. As I'm the Vice President of the Guadeloupe region, that gives me the possibility to show you the main lines of the French initiatives of the sargassum control and how we work together with other ministries like the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Internal Affairs Ministry, and the Ecological Transformation Ministry. It's something that we've built all together. First of all, I wanted to remind you the scientific data that the technicians or engineers certainly have reported to you. We know today that this phenomenon that we were impacted by will start in 2011, and the scientific data shows that at the time there were anomalies of currents on the Atlantic Ocean, which made a big quantity of sargassums, usually located around the sea, they moved to the Caribbean basin. Starting from this moment, the sargassums found extremely good conditions for the proliferation and also for a hyper proliferation. And today, actually, this is that takes us to brings us to launch this initiative of the sargassum control, because the Caribbeans, the small ones and the big ones, are impacted by these sargassums that grow every year, and we lose seasons with it, because in 2011 we're talking about phenomena from March to September, and in the last 3 years we see January to December. That has economic and sanitary impacts, because when this weed lays on the beaches, they liberate gases and heavy metals on our beaches, like arsenic, and we have contamination, soil contamination problem, and the groundwater. So we see that this is a phenomenon that is very invasive, very aggressive, and all our Caribbean economy is based on the biodiversity, the tourism, all the economies of our cities are based on this biodiversity. And with this grounding, every year every month of the year how biodiversity is not reproducing anymore. Do I have to remind you that this Caribbean basins has many hotspots of biodiversity? If we don't react, I'm afraid that in the coming years, in 10 years, in 15 years, this marine biology, including the reef, will disappear from our coast. France intervenes on its French territories with the North Islands, Saint-Martin, Saint-Barthélemy, the archipel of Guadeloupe and the Martinique. France has launched national plans for the sargassums. First one in 2018 to 2022 of the value of 45 million euro, and plan number 2 from 2022 to 2026 of a value of 37 million euros. So we can see the growing figures show that how the phenomenon is developing. In the first years we were managing the crisis. Now we are managing these sargassums every day. The scientific data is unanimous. Why do we have this grounding? It is because since 2011 we have 3 new basins producing sargassum. And as you can see, these producers are all located at the exits of rivers, Mississippi, the Amazonia, and of Congo River. We know that there is a bulk of 8,000 kilometers between the African coast. There are also groundings in Senegal, you have to know, and the Caribbean. And what is impacting us we are fed by Amazonia and of Mississippi. And also feeds Central America and a part of South America. We've launched since 2019 initiative because we understood something. We French territories is that we need to conduct concrete actions with the populations that are suffering. Because I told you that there are problems with toxic gas. Everything that is gathering and valorization, we manage it at the local level. But this is not a phenomenon of an island, or it's the whole basin of the Caribbean and a part of Atlantic. This is why all the countries that are impacted, we need to have to create an international coalition to be able to find means and ways to act. Each of us on our side, on each side, we French islands or others, we act on our side, but the actions that we conduct are not big enough, strong enough, facing the problem that we have. This is why I want to launch this initiative, international initiative. It's true that we wrote here French initiative, but now it should be called Caribbean initiative. We'll have to choose exactly the name and together, but we had to launch something, so we launched it. The first part of this initiative, international initiative, is to to form a coalition. We'll never go far together on our own. Together we go further. We need to see what is happening in this new we need to finance our researchers so they can see we need to go to the international level to to understand what is happening and why not. We saw that these are anomalies, temperature anomalies, but we know also that the increase of the temperature of the water and also the sands from the Sahara also feeds the proliferation, and we cannot stop the pollution made by intensive agriculture or by the deforestation that could also, how would I say, we're talking about multi-parametric factors that reinforce this proliferation. We face single phenomenon we're not responsible of, but we need to answer, and we need to do it fast, because our biodiversity will not be able to fight it for a very long time. So we need to create common actions, but also we need a legal framework of this grounding of sargassums. Is that an exotic species that became invasive because of the climate change, or maybe the human pollution? We have to determine it. How should we consider it? As a waste? Is it something that is due to pollution? We need to determine this legal framework. The second component, the second proposition, is that we need to put these sargassums in all the international forums like COP, for example, to make them visible. I'm talking about the groundings of sargassums. The third component is, of course, to work in the framework of the Cartagena Convention, Protocol of Cartagena, to see how we can face this problem in all these dimensions. Finally, the fourth component is that together with the EU in the framework of Interreg Caribe, we've launched a SARCOUP Interreg program, and we're finishing the first part. We've managed to take aboard with us Cuba, Mexico, because in many parts we assist these countries, especially when we're talking about problems related to the quality of air. Only the French territories treating these air quality aspects, and it's very important. A call for a project for research of sargassum is something that we launched together with Brazilian agencies, and we're talking about €8 million, 12 consortiums of researchers, and we have the only epidemiological research that will be published soon. It shows that on 2,000 kilometers area, they have a toxic impact on the pregnant women, and that could impact also the children, which we should need research more this subject. We are absolutely very fragile, or should I say fragilized. We've launched together the EU, the SARCOUP program. We conduct workshops and many other things in order to choose operational actions. We invite all the countries to join us. We have to start by something and somewhere. And the EU supports us very strongly on this program. And we are able to deploy very operational actions. We putting platforms, we putting sensors to gather data, and we launch initiatives like we did here. This is what I wanted to tell you. I'm coming from a country that is very impacted. I see the population on a daily basis. They are desperate because I hope that in my voice you heard what they are saying to you.
Je récupère juste. Oui, allez-y.
Merci Madame Gustave Diduflo pour cet appel et ces explications très très éloquentes. Je voudrais moi aussi saluer la présence du secrétaire général de l'Association des États.
I would like to hail the presence of the Secretary General, Mr. Rodolfo Sabang, who is with us today. And I would like to give the floor to Ms. Carla Montesi, Director of the INTPA from the European Commission. Thanks to you, Mrs. Montesi, for the continuous support brought by the European Union.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Happy to join this event. Secretary General, Vice President, honorable guests, happy to join here in this important discussion. I think that the Vice President illustrated already very, very well the situation and the new initiative and the next step. So I will not repeat because she illustrated already very, very well. But we really support, we really agreed, we really listen your voice. And listening the impact that, unfortunately, it is inundation of sargassum having on the coastal ecosystem, on the socioeconomic sectors in the region. We know very well that it is has an impact at the country level, but has also a huge impact at the regional level. So allow me to say, to congratulate in some way the government of France for all the efforts to address this situation that you have illustrated very well. You have addressed the situation, you are trying to address the situation towards, we have listened a lot of funds towards research, monitoring, the forecasting models, try to identify and looking for the solutions. And of course, jointly with the regional organization, the regional institution, the academic institutions. Many thanks for having already mentioned the role of the European Union, because we were honored to collaborate on many of these actions towards the program Interreg that was engaged we engaged both CARICOM and the OEX, and we have participated under the program that you just mentioned, SARGOP. We think now that we need to bring all this initiative to one other level. I really appreciate the fact that you try to move into a really international initiative, and in our side as European Union, we want to bring this initiative now at also European level, to engage in a Team Europe approach also with other member states. As you probably know, during the summer, during the European Union CELAC summit in July, the subjects, the challenges of sargassum was already mentioned, and one of the conclusions was to turn sargassum from a threat to economic opportunity. So I think one of the priorities that were mentioned there during the summit was also to see with member states and the LAC countries how we can really engage more into this domain, and of course try to see all the economic opportunities that this threat can bring. So we believe that the ongoing technical and scientific work that is already ongoing, the huge scientific work that is already ongoing, must receive all the necessary political buy-in and need to allow to advance work in order to assure that the countries can identify, implement, support effective means that allow to address the sargassum threat. Now, there are many interests also in the space.
We want to work using also the tools in space to progress in the research in this domain. During the summit, we clearly engage towards our European Union Global Gateway investment agenda. And we mention once again that this Global Gateway instrument has to be there to increase political dialogue and increase also our investment in this domain to support the action. And between the main area of the work, we have identified, of course, research innovation, but also all the enabling environment that Vice President you already mentioned, including also probably investment for value chain development. We mentioned this sargassum as a threat. Some voices are saying that maybe we can valorize the commercial use of sargassum to effectively turn it from a problem to an economic resources. So let's try also to work in these third items. Vice President, you mentioned different concrete steps. We fully agree on the different steps that you mentioned. I will not reiterate, but I think that you have concretely identified the different steps to move this action really into an international action, bringing the international awareness on this issue. So in our side, as the European Union, we want to just demonstrate our commitment to continue collaborating towards the sargassum effort. We have a long-standing partnership with the LAC region, and we want really to use the ongoing policy dialogue to mobilize additional resources and to do everything that will allow us to concretely progress into this action. Many thanks for your interest and for your listening. Many thanks.
Merci Madame la Directrice pour...
Thank you very much, Director, for the support from the EU. You know how precious this is for us. Mrs. Carla Montesi from the INTPA. Now we have a participant in line, Miss Liria Koyadu from the International University in Florida, who is going to speak about the sargassum phenomenon from a scientific point of view. The floor is yours.
Merci. Bonsoir.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Thank you. My name is Licia Collado Vides. I am a scientist in the Florida International University, and I am with a big honor and grateful for the opportunity. And for all of the members that are present, I will be addressing all of you talking about sargassum bloom as a regional symptom of oceanic problem. Many of the topics have been already mentioned by Sylvie, but here we go. So what are you going to be hearing today? And I just want to be sure, can you listen properly? Are you okay with my voice? Yes. Perfect, thank you. What you're going to be listening today is what is sargassum, to provide a little bit of background and an overview of the algal blooms, the global stressors and triggers, efforts that have been running and the challenge, and a potential roadmap that is really complementary. And I have been working with SARCOOP with the recent months. So sargassum, for many of you might already know that, but it's a seaweed, it's belonging to the brown algae. And we have two species belonging to the genus that have more than 350 species. So this is very interesting because we are having a massive growth of only two species from one of the genus with a high diversity. So keep this in mind because we are thinking about biodiversity as well. These are two species that can complete their life cycle floating, but they provide also ecosystem services. And I want you to be very aware of the Sargasso Sea. I don't know how many of you are aware of the, when Colón and Magallanes and the encounter of the very many continents, the Caribbean, the old, the New World, as it's called. The Sargasso Sea was already there. The Sargasso Sea is present and constrained by currents in the North Atlantic, and is now such an important place that is a marine protected area. Why? Because it's supporting an upside-down forest in which migratory species, other commercial species, are depending on the Sargasso Sea. So this is a very important thing that might be also happening in the Great Sargasso Belt. So Sargasso per se has a historical, ecological, important role. What is happening in the world? We are having more algal blooms with different diversities. We have, many of you may remember, the taxifolia, Caulerpa taxifolia, the killer algae, more frequent. We have frequency in the algal blooms like the ulva in China, the Anadiomene in Florida, and some of them are lasting longer. And with the Sargassum, we're getting into a new dimension, a dimension that is, as was presented earlier, covering a wide area of the Atlantic. So what are the global triggers? Again, I want to make sure that we realize that Sargassum is not showing from the nothing. We are talking about the great acceleration of the use of resources at the planetary level. And what I want you to see here is not all of these graphs that, of course, starting 1950, all of them are picking up. And this means that we are accumulating a series of stressors. And mainly for the algal blooms are going to be the use of fertilizers, the changes in the biochemical chemistry of the coastal zone, the accumulation of CO2 emissions, bringing the perfect conditions to impact one of the white industries that we call the tourism, where the Caribbean depends on. So I want you to think and link the dots. What is sargassum? Sargassum is really a symptom. It's showing us a big consequence, something that we couldn't predict that caught us by surprise. So in these cartoons, we know already that many of the impacts that are causing the sargassum bloom are the planetary boundaries of different processes in the planet to be working, biochemical flows, freshwater exchanges, you name it, CO2, nutrients, fertilizers. So the reasons why we are having sargassum are long-term accumulation plus accumulative in all of them. And we are having all of these dilemmas where we have 20% of the population squeezing the planet in the level of use of resources. We really don't understand very well what is the consequences of moving beyond the 550 parts per million in the sea, in the emission of CO2. We are losing 60% of ecosystems, those ecosystems that we need to clean and to revamp our planet to a boundary area where we can actually function. So sargassum is a symptom, and that's what I want to be very clear. Sargassum is a symptom. We keep increasing. We have the hottest year. We have long heat waves. The recent publications, we know that sargassum doesn't like it very hot, so we don't know what is going to happen. But we keep going with the increase of CO2 emissions. And this map here to your right, I want you to see the ocean is just one. We might be blaming, we might be looking at some of the problems, but if you see all of the ocean is just one. And all of the dots that I'm showing here are dead zones. Dead zones caused by anoxic conditions, by the increase in fertilizers use. The desertification is causing also an increase in the Saharan dust, and this Saharan dust is going to exacerbate the enrichment of the ocean. So it's a combine of multiple stressors. So how this came to happen? So as I was mentioning, the Sargasso Sea was constrained by currents, but we have it, and this is a working hypothesis, by the way. So we have an anomaly in the North Atlantic oscillation in the 2010, extreme anomaly related with the temperature changes that releases patches of that sargassum that can be traveling down, and we have now a new growth, a new area that is also creating another type of ecosystem that we need to study. But the influxes, the massive growth is influxing to the Caribbean, where reaching another big area of nutrients, the Gulf of Mexico, that traditionally, historically, has been a growing area for sargassum. So now I want you to perceive the dimension of the problem and the connectivity of all of the dots that we are talking, the connectivity between all of the different stressors that are happening around the whole planet, and we have only one ocean. So what are the ecological consequences? We're talking about a recurrent event that is really impacting the resilience of the different habitats that are characteristics of the Caribbean. So you can see the dimension, and all of these massive amounts eventually land in the different beaches. And what you have, what the Caribbean depends on is in these wonderful, beautiful beaches where you have seagrass beds, coral reefs in a healthy status that are maintaining and are making possible this type of ecosystems. But what we are having now is sargassum arriving and providing a completely different ecosystem situation. And because this is recurrent, the system has no resilience. The resilience is going down and down, adding, please, the heat waves that are also impacting all of the ecosystems related with the sargassum. So the socioeconomic consequences are dire. They have been expressed in different ways. We are seeing all of the different problems, the access to the beaches, the injustice problems, who are the most impacted, the citizens that were caught by surprise, the people cleaning the beaches without the proper gear, the hotels investing in the cleaning, and the surprise. It took us all by surprise. What do? We thought in 2010, 11 that it was going to happen once, but now it's a new norm. And all of the different sectors are impacted, from health to tourism, all of the different levels. So the problem has been very important in all the Caribbean. The major problems is this is an international problem. This is not something that the resource manager working in a marine protected area in Guadeloupe or in the Mexican Caribbean can solve by themselves. This is something that is really requiring international support. And we have many initiatives. The SARCOP is one of the very important ones. We have the West Indies. We have in my own university, the International Forum that you can all participate. So we need coordination and we need science to provide us some compass on how to guide us. So previously there were some questions about sargassum turning into opportunity, and I couldn't agree more. Well, we have to be very careful. So within the topic of COP28, we are talking about how can we not only reduce emissions, but how can we sequester carbon and try to have mechanisms for the reduction of carbon in the atmosphere. So sargassum looks nice. Sargassum seems to be photosynthetic, it's capturing carbon, and it's very tempting to think, well, we can sink it and then we're going to have some reduction of the CO2. We have to be careful. Sargassum is, and the ocean is, a dynamic, vibrant ecosystem. The pump for the reduction of CO2 is very important with phytoplankton. When phytoplankton is being impacted by the presence of sargassum, there is a competition for nutrients, and this pump is very efficient. Sargassum, in turn, has many other organisms between them, some that are calcifying, and that means that they can be also a source of carbon. So we have, out of the 24 tons of biomass, how much could be used for carbon sequestrations? I think these are going to be questions where research has to be supported. And we have open questions still. And the thing is that the idea of sinking is winning without waiting to really know what is going to be the consequence of something that could be really dire. So I really invite the community to support. One of the major problems is to understand what could be the consequences of this. We have consequences ecological. We don't know the volumes and the permanence and how long they are going to stay there. We do not have regulations and legal frameworks. Are we in the exclusive economic zone? We need methodologies for measuring, reporting, and verification. So even though in the last years and in 2023, we are looking now at an explosion of research coming out, we are having a much better understanding of growth rates, we still now have better idea of where to address our following research. The other way to transform sargassum into an opportunity is once it's really close to the beach, or harvesting it rather than thinking it as a source of carbon sequestration. We can sequester carbon by using sargassum and build bricks. I think we need to think out of the box and put the money where we are going to be supporting new economies in a society that has transformed from fisheries to tourism. And now the tourism is gone. So we need to support a rebuilding of the economy, still based on a blue economy, but being wise. And we need to understand the process of harvesting, storage, transport, processing, distribution in the market. All of these processes are within the uncertainty. How much sargassum is coming? How do we harvest? Do we have a legal frame? Do we have the initiative? Do we have the supply chain? We do have already many young startups that are already producing different products. Can we use as fertilizers? Can we take away the arsenic that is over there? So I want to keep this very short, and I think that, as you already mentioned the roadmap, I think that we have advanced quite a lot in scientific research, but we still have questions, very clear questions, before we can put in place a good management and mitigation strategy using sargassum as a sink for carbon. We have advanced a lot in monitoring and forecasting. We already have maps, and there is a lot of research going on that needs still to be supported to be able to go to the fine level to know in which beach this is going to be landing. Because so far now, it's just like the clouds. We know the clouds are there, but we don't know where it's going to rain. And this is very important for managerial objectives. Socioeconomic evaluation, identify local economic and social cost of opportunities. We cannot keep living with the destruction of the beaches and leaving alone the people without resources trying to deal with that. We need to put in place new ways of rebuilding economies. Regulations and protocols. I think this is going to be one of the very contingent and important problem to address. We need legal frameworks. We need to study the legal existing frameworks in the different countries, and we need to put together this with an international frame. So we want to unlock the action to address the problems through the implementation across public and private actors within an international framework. Never before one region has needed of the international commitment, knowing that they weren't the ones producing this problem. So with that, I will thank you. Let's work together for a wonderful planet. And remember, we are in the algae era. Algae is the origin of life. Algae are going to be there to help us. Thank you very much. And if you have questions, I'm here to address them. Thank you for the opportunity.
Collado Vires pour son
Thank you very much, Mrs. Ligia Collado Vires, for this scientific expose. We'd like now to give the floor to Mr. Philippe Vigier, Minister of the Overseas French Republic, whom we thank for this diplomatic initiative, which diplomatic initiative is focused on the sargassum, and that's a first time ever. Thank you very much, dear Minister. The floor is yours.
Bien, Monsieur le ministre des Affaires étrangères du Costa Rica.
Mr. Minister, Vice Minister of the Environment of the Dominican Republic, ambassadors, and all the ministers that I would like to thank Sylvie. She's the Vice President of the Guadeloupe region. She has a very important role as she's the President of the Administration Council of the French Bureau of the Biodiversity. And you could hear how the biodiversity was at the heart of this COP28. I was at the conference of the president of our country some time ago, and the president was very close to me. She was always taking the first initiatives. I wanted to tell you that it's an essential moment, major, because we all try to start an international initiative, And I think that, well, when listening to a researcher, we can see they are also big talkers, not only the politicians. The message was indispensable. This initiatives, we take it very closely with Guadeloupe region. For 12 years now, since 2011, the groundings of sargass in Guadeloupe, but also in the Caribbean. A few weeks ago, I was in this region. When you go to Saint-Martin or Saint-Barthélemy in Martinique, in Dominicana, Saint Lucia, the sargassums are there in big quantity, much more than before, for simple reasons that you understand. That's connected very much to the climate change and to the cyclical movements of the water currents, but also other things. Nutriments, that's another thing. That's the nitrates. And they are indispensable for the survival of the plant. As I'm a biologist myself, you have to understand that that this proliferation is explained by what I just said. And those nitrates and those phosphates, they are in the big rivers like Congo, Amazon, and the Mississippi. We have to understand that it's a very important challenge for the Caribbean, but also for all the surrounding territories. And it's a public health issue because, well, drying, they create hydrogen sulfide, ammonia. That smells bad, but as you know, it can lead to intoxication. We have the ammoniac and also like arsenic. And to give you one figure, you don't have the figures from the slides. 10 million tons of seaweed that have been collected. With the production, as said the President before, for 2023 is about 9 million cubic meters. So can you imagine this volume of 9 million cubic meters? So, as you said, public health issues. SAGER is the preservation of the environment, of our environment and marine and coastal biodiversity. The researchers have emphasized this fact that there were this vanishing of the mangroves. They cost the coastal biodiversity. These are questions that are ahead of us and we'll have to treat them. And the third question is subjects for the populations. We're talking about tourism, economy, and the degradation of the habitat very often. There are consequences for the territories are concerned, and those consequences are very serious. France is elected with the Caribbean, with Saint-Martin, with Martinique, and Saint-Barthélemy. And there was also we organized an international awareness conference in 2019. You see that the proliferation is ahead of us. This proliferation of weeds we can see in France and as well as in the world. And so thank you, Mrs. President, together with the Eastern Caribbeans. It led to raising awareness, and it worked, and we want to stop this sargassum. We even created initiatives. That was not easy. You can see the consumption and the fact that people together will be more efficient. This is what we propose to the ministers who are present here, so we can have an international coordination. That we have to go the challenges of the sargassum are over the Caribbean. It's either we are able to start an international initiative and to act together, and then we'll have the possibility to solve three problems. The first one, we need, and it's mandatory for in all the ecosystem, we have to stop the emission of the nutriments that generate sargassum. Secondly, how can we do something by the exchange of good practices to collect the sargassum and to stop them? And how are we going to be able to find new paths? The first pillar, you understand. There are sargassums that are on the coast, and these are the ones who create problems, and those who are in deep waters that can have so you can see that we have to focus on fighting this problem. The first pillar then is to raise awareness of the international community, what we are doing during this COP28, COP climate. The idea is to have a resolution in the UN, and I hope then by the end of 24 so for 2014 with this international plan and with one objective. Because in Nice there was a big meeting which will be co-presided by Costa Rica and France. Sorry. So if we have an international initiative, what does it mean? It means that we need an identical legal definition, because they're not always, law is not always harmonized, and we have a big work on harmonization. And the impulsion that was given to research, this impulse is present in everywhere. Third thing, the good practice, the dialogue on the ponds, on the reservoirs, sorry, and the mouths of the rivers. It would be interesting to see how the ecosystem have changed. Was it identical or depending on the situation? So I'm calling for a courageous plan. Second thing, we have to coordinate better the initiatives at the level, regional level, within the Cartagena Convention. France has taken the initiative to create a group, and we want to go further, create an action plan to coordinate these actions. There's nothing worse. It's either we find a way to coordinate or either we have a common objective. If we are not coordinated, we will not be able to do it. And then also reinforce actions at the level of the EU. As I told you, the EU has SARCOP 1. We are about to start SARCOP 2. SARCOP 2. Without this money, we would be absolutely unable to move forward. And there is this problem of this double gateway, and I hope that the EU will be able to, beyond SARCOP 1, 2, concrete measures. It's thanks to sensors, we can identify the difficult zones. We know how it works, but it's not only this. We'll be able to use satellite elements, and we'll be able to identify and couple these measures detection. So I thank the EU for its engagement against the sargasso. France and the Dominican Republic decided to work together. We have the support of Costa Rica, which is essential. I spoke with the ambassador of Costa Rica, and also the states, an organization of the states of the Caribbean. I wanted to say that at the moment where these moments move forward, it's very important to work together, and I want to stress here that we have a tool. We have the AFD that was able to mobilize €8 million. So working with them, and I'm convinced that tomorrow we'll be able to move forward on the last point, the valorization. It seems essential. We have to work to be aligned, all of us, on the standards concerning the residual products of the valorization of the sargasso. In the region of Caribbean, there are different standards between countries. Tomorrow, there will be no synergy to create projects that will allow us to valorize this project. I will work hard, believe me, and on this, and I believe that we will be a steady, permanent tandem to obtain these beautiful results. I don't do it. I just wanted to say that you understood. To end my speech, we have two elements: the EU and 2024, and I'm asking you to be ambassadors to explain everywhere what we are living. We'll have it elsewhere, inevitably. So let's send this first message to the UN, so they take and put all the countries to follow and to participate to this initiative. This will be part of our objective to improve the state of our oceans, for which we are responsible. Now we are in a situation we have a planet and we want to reduce the greenhouse gases. That's one of our challenges, and this one in particular is the second one. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre.
Thank you, dear Minister, for these convincing words. I would like now to give the floor to Mr. Arnoldo Tinoco, Minister for Foreign Relations of the Republic of Costa Rica.
His Excellency Philippe Villiers, French Minister for Interior and Overseas, Señora Sylvie Gustave Duflo, Vice President of the Consejo Regional de Guadalupe, Señor José Ramón Reyes, Viceministro en República Dominicana, estimado Secretario General de la AAC, dear Ambassador, guests, friends, it is truly an honor for me to be with you today, and I appreciate very much this kind invitation from the French government to share with you some thoughts on this important topic. Since 2011, the arrival of sargasso in the Central American and Caribbean region has been increasing in frequency, abundance, and extent of dispersion. The impacts of this phenomenon are of concern due to economic, social, and environmental implications. Sargassum appears in variable quantities all along the Costa Rican coastline, but it is more noticeable and described in the southern part of the Caribbean, where it reaches beach areas with intensive use for tourism, cabotage, and fishing. Thus, this national park we have in our Caribbean coast, in the southern part, includes towns Las Cahuita, Puerto Viejo, Cocles, Punta Uva. These are all sites where it has been most documented. This problem implies high costs for beachfront collection, as well as the need to properly dispose of what is collected. There is also a temporary reduction in tourist visitation in the affected areas. In the consumption of goods and services in the coastal zone, and the maneuverability of boats and fishing operations in general. Because of this problem our coastal communities are facing, which are already vulnerable, we applaud the launch of this French initiative to fight against the massive stranding of sargassum on the Caribbean coasts. We hope that it will succeed in mobilizing the international community and fully integrate the sargassum issue into the framework of multilateral efforts to combat global warming and preserve biodiversity. It is also important that this new initiative includes a future action plan as part of the Cartagena Convention. The current regional strength, at least in Central America, is the creation of public-private partnerships to remove sargasso. We also believe it is necessary to establish mechanisms and/or agreements for standardized regional monitoring with early warning and through participation in regional structures and the use of work platforms such as Copernicus. Our country has a long way to go, as we still do not have a national policy or specific strategy to manage sargasso stranding or upwelling. In addition to making progress on this issue, it is essential to promote economic and financial mechanisms to support the sectors directly affected by sargassum strandings. And of course, it would be ideal to develop, as expressed, technology that allows local use of sargassum, low cost and high contribution to the coastal economy, with the involvement of the academia and scientific community. The local approach, in addition, should necessarily include entrepreneurship and gender components. Dear friends, this is an issue that merits the interest of governments, civil society, academia, scientific community, and the private sector. We are convinced that only through inclusive and ambitious initiatives we can effectively address this issue. I reiterate my sincere support and congratulations to France for contributing with leadership in the search for solutions for our countries and, more importantly, for our citizens. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre. Je voudrais saluer...
Thank you, Minister. I would like to hail the presence of the Vice Minister for Environment from Dominicana, Mr. Reyes. I understand a representative from the ministry is going to read his speech in English, isn't it? Thank you.
First of all, kind salutations to the Minister of the French territory, Mr. Philippe Vigier. I hope I said it fine, okay. Mr. Arnoldo Tinoco, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Costa Rica. Ms. Sylvie Gustave, Vice President of the Regional Council of Guadalupe, Mr. Ambassador, and special salutations to Mr. Rodolfo Sabonch, who is the Secretary General of the Caribbean States Association. I speak on behalf of the Ministry of Environment of the Dominican Republic, who shares his apologies for not being able to attend on time to this event. Changes on times of the schedule couldn't make it on time. So his kind apologies to all. Dear friends, as a representative of the government of the Dominican Republic, I welcome the launch of a crucial international initiative to address one of the most worrying problems that the Caribbean coast is facing. In the last decade, ecosystem and coastal communities have faced the challenge that is concerning us today, the mitigation of the effects of massive sargassum arrivals in the coast of the Caribbean. Sargassum has profoundly affected our coast since 2011, impacting human health, coastal biodiversity, and strategic economic activities for the development of the Caribbean coastal communities, such as tourism, energy, and fishing. Following the Guadalupe Conference in 2019, France is leading an international initiative to combat massive sargassum blooms. The need for a joint response beyond national borders. This initiative represents the convergence of wills and resources to regionally address the consequences of the sargassum surge. We are honored to participate in the celebration of the official launch of an urgent international initiative that seeks to address the complex challenge of mitigating the negative effects of the massive arrival of sargassum, a phenomenon that connects nations and awakens global awareness about the health of our oceans, seas, and ecosystems. It is imperative to recognize that this challenge transcends national borders and requires a joint response. We are facing a colossal task, but also a unique opportunity to work with the international community's ability to address complex environmental challenges through the collaboration and articulation of coherent and far-reaching regional efforts. The initiative we are witnessing today represents the convergence of wills, knowledge, and resources necessary to effectively address the consequences of the increase of sargassum in our marine ecosystem in a regional manner. This year, the Dominican Republic established a multi-sectoral governance mechanism that articulates the main authorities responsible for mitigating and adapting our ecosystem of the effects from sargassum massive arrivals. This mechanism is implemented through a presidential decree that establishes the Cabinet for the Combat of Sargassum, with the purpose of working in a united and articulated manner at the national level, which is why the Dominican government has indicated in past meetings we emphasize that this is a regional emergency and we need to act together. Climate change exacerbates the sargassum problem. Rising ocean temperatures, changing currents favor the massive arrival of sargassum. Climate change reduces the resilience of the ecosystem that serves as our coastal defense while increasing our vulnerability. Furthermore, today we support this regional effort and reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the preservation of our oceans, environmental sustainability, a message that we will also be taking to the United Nations Ocean Conference in Costa Rica and France. The impact caused by sargassum in our coast is a problem we did not originate, but we are suffering the consequences. We intend to raise awareness to the international community. We will collaborate actively, sharing experiences and best practices, contributing to the conservation of biodiversity and the well-being of communities beyond our borders. for the well-being of our present and future generations. International solidarity is essential to address environmental challenges of this magnitude. Many thanks for your attention.
Bien, merci beaucoup.
Okay, thank you for this message from Dominicana on behalf of the Minister. I think it's that was a very important moment this afternoon. There are moments, you know, when you have to go beyond our local functioning, regional. The Caribbeans, I'm thinking about the people living in the Caribbean. They are connected. Here they are not very numerous in this room, but we have the ministers and the ambassadors who are here. And I'm thinking about all of you who are thinking about these initiatives that was taken. Up till now, this fight was isolated, but there is no way it may continue. This combat must be carried out with the requirements formulated by all of us. We need to fight in a coordinated way. This is what we're going to do. As you know, this is the declaration that was given to you earlier. We wrote it in 8 hands with Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, and Guadeloupe. That was the first one who was concerned. And of course, France, continental France, that I represent, but also our sea islands. This declaration is also a way for us to be ready for research, for coordination, so we can work on biodiversity, and we would not accept that we continue without that we remain closed here and go back home without doing anything. The biodiversity is the insurance that someday, one moment or another, the planet on which we're living, where our children will grow, will be a planet that had been saved by us. This challenge, we have to face it together, collectively. Of course, it concerns the populations. For us, we have populations somewhere far there on small islands. But when health is concerned, where the balance, the great balances of biodiversity are concerned, this coordination is required. So we have a beautiful perspective ahead of us. I will ask Sylvie to join me because she's a possible ambassador of this great work that has been conducted. And she proves the engagement of these people from the region. So what we're doing this afternoon with all of you, it will not be a day without tomorrow. But we have a vision, we have our heart, we have our enthusiasm. And nothing will happen without these rigorous scientific elements. So let's give her a big round of applause. Please, Minister, join us. You are the first one who came with us. And when you're first, it's normal that you will be with us for the launch of this beautiful international initiative. Ministers, please join us here. And our Mexican friends, please.
See you next in Paris. Thanks a lot.
Those who are online, just to precise that the joint declaration, joint statement by Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, France, Mexico and also the support of the OEOCO would be also published online in English on Monday on the website of the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thank you.